They're doing new entry time runs. I know it's early. We didn't, I haven't even combed my hair. Oh my gosh. Anyway, but we are here, and they're doing new entry time runs right now, and then we're gonna get started on this very long, action-packed day. Okay, today we're gonna have the Best Deal Services Box 10K, the Texas Trailer Men No Box 5K, the CAS 64 car 20K box shootout, and the CAS 64 car 5K no box shootout. And then we're going to wrap it all up, if we have time, with the KC Clean Enterprises Second Chance race. Okay, so we got a lot of racing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 races today. Now the Second Chance race is only 8 cars, so that should go quickly. Anyway, I'm going to let you watch these new entry time runs, and I'm going to we're good. You got it. Get your coffee. It's going to be good.
So a few more housekeeping tips. Our double entered no box cars have been called to the lanes. I think I might have misspoke on that a while ago, but double entered no box cars is all that's been called, and our final call for our new entry time runs. You have been called to the lanes. We are live on Motor Mania, so we'll be ready to kick things off as soon as we run out of new entry time runs. Some housekeeping tips for y'all today. We mentioned it yesterday, but I know a lot of people came in last night and probably early this morning. I don't know. I was at the hotel. If you are double entered, just as is the case with like everywhere you double enter in the country, you must run a different car number on your second entry. Be it you cover one of them up, you put an X at the end, you run your IHRA number on one and your NHRA number on the other, whatever. But you got to have a different car number for your second entry so we can differentiate those in the timing system. And a few other things. We are not using Stage Lock this weekend, and we are not using True Start. So it is not worst red, as we call it in AccuTime world. And Stage Lock is disabled. It is your responsibility to ensure your race car stays firmly placed in the stage beams until you are ready to go. Our burn down timer is set at 7 seconds. A few people got timed out by that yesterday, and that is a really bad way to lose a round, y'all. We were racing for a lot of money today. The burn down timer is set at 7 seconds, so just as it is your responsibility to ensure your car is in the stage beams, it is also your responsibility to make sure you get staged. Of course, make sure your dial-in is correct on both the preview board and the scoreboard. We have ample opportunity for you to check that here at Xtreme Raceway Park. Once you have pre-staged, you own whatever is on the scoreboard. Deep staging is allowed in our no box category. You must have deep written clearly on all four sides of the race car. And it is your responsibility to know, or to let the starter know, that you are deep staging. Make sure they see that. I'm pointed out to them on the window. It's also probably a good idea to make sure your opponent knows. So deep staging is allowed in no box. It must be written on all four sides of the vehicle. Our auto start burn down timer is set at 7 seconds. We are not using Stage Lock, and we are not using True Start. I have called. Our double entry no box cars have been called. You should be in the lanes at this time. And the rest of our no box guys, you can go ahead and start making your way to the staging lanes as well. I believe we have one more new entry time run left to go down the racetrack. And we are live on Motor Mania, so as soon as we get that done, we will go into our opening ceremonies, immediately followed by round number 1 of no box. And speaking of the Motor Mania live feed, a huge thank you to Mr. Wendell's Motorsports and D3 Transportation for coming on board, supporting the live feed, ensuring it remains free to the viewer. If you have a hard time hearing the PA system, the track radio station is 95.7 on your FM dial, 95.7. Another option is the group text messaging system. Paige has posted the link to that on I believe both her personal Facebook as well as the Hamlin Motorsports Facebook page.
Don't forget that.
So we got that.
The engine is also a sponsor of Motormania.
So for those of you on the property, you can join the text messaging system. It is the link to that is on the Hamlin Motorsports Facebook page. You can turn your radio station to 95.7. I know those of you that are parked way in the back 40 down there, you might have a hard time with that. So another option is to have the Motor Mania feed playing. They're only about 30 seconds or so behind, so it's almost real time to hear all of our announcements. That is, well, it's on a lot of places, but YouTube is probably the easiest one to get to. Go to YouTube, search Motor Mania TV, and select the Red Racing Engine 6-shooter showdown presented by Mr. Reynolds Motorsports Saturday. And speaking of Saturday, it is Compressed Air Supercharging Saturday. Here at beautiful Xtreme Raceway Park, we are about to roll our no-box cars into the suites, and we've actually done that right now. So all of no box has been called to the lanes, as we will get going with our opening ceremonies here extremely shortly, and we'll be ready to kick things off today. So right before we start our opening ceremonies, I know I mentioned the fact that you have to have a different car number for each of your entries. If you have 2 car numbers on your race car, you must have one of them crossed out and the correct one visible. So the one that you are not using on that entry must have a line through it or something to indicate that that is not the number you are running this round. Our no-box cars are under the suite, so we will get things kicked off here very shortly. And it is that time. Racers, good morning, and welcome to Compressed Air Supercharging Saturday here at the Red Racing Engine 6-shooter showdown, presented by Mr. Wendell's Motorsports, and on behalf of our entire Hamlin Motorsports crew, we welcome you to beautiful Xtreme Raceway Park as we get ready to kick things off today. And before we do that, we do have to recognize some more somber news. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a sad couple of weeks in the drag racing community. As most of you know, longtime announcer and sportsman racer Bob Unkefer passed away on the 11th of April. A staple of our sport, it's hard to imagine anyone on this property hasn't at least once in their career heard Unk's distinct voice and style calling them to the lanes. As is the case with many young aspiring announcers, Bob had a great influence on me behind the mic, and alongside the late Lynn Nickerson, gave me the opportunity to practice and perfect my craft any chance they got. After Lynn's passing in 2011, Bob remained the voice of NHRA Division 4 and continued to welcome me alongside him in the booth at Lucas Oil Series events. As is too often the case in this world, Unc was taken from us too soon, but today we can smile at the fact that he's looking down on us alongside his great friend Lynn, without a doubt providing the best commentary the afterlife has ever seen. At this time, I ask all of our racers, crew, staff, and fans to stand in a moment of silence in respect of our fellow racer, brother, and friend Bob Unkerfer, who answered life's final call to the lanes. Most gracious Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day. Thank you for another opportunity together as competitors, as family, as friends, to enjoy this great sport of drag racing that we all love. Today, Lord, we ask you to cast a hand of safety over Xtreme Raceway Park, over our competitors, over our spectators, our staff, our fans. We ask that you provide this safety to and from where we came from, both on and off the racetrack. Lord, we thank you for the great friends that we share these memories with, and we thank you for the life and the freedom that you allow us to live. Lord, we thank you for all of these things, but most of all, we thank you for your Son, who died on the cross for all of us. And it's in his name we pray. Amen. Please remain standing for our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
All of you watching live on Motormania TV, we welcome you to Compressed Air Supercharging Saturday. It is that time. Our first pair of Texas Trailerman No Box is at the ready strike as we kick things off, as they will run for $5,000 today. Both our single entries and double entry no box cars have all been called to the lanes as we are rolling you through the water right now. Your first pair will be Hank Hintz on the left, the Springtown, Texas-based roadster. He will dial in at 594 right side. Not yet on file as we continue to enter in the tech cards for the main event. They got turned in this morning, so bear with us on that. But the Chevy 2 dials in at 612. The pre-stage bulbs are lit as they inch their way into the stage beams. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go racing. Red light start, right side by 4 foul. Hank moves on 55 green and 588 on a 594. The crew is in disbelief, but boy, do we have some mine shaft conditions this morning, don't we? 588 on a 594 will move on right side 004 red and 609 on a 612. As Rick Mortimer, left side, 614 the dial in, right side, the Camaro dials in at 632. Red light right side. Mortimer gets away with one. 178 green and 620 on a 614. Sambo, Tyra, and John Morgan's on track now. Sambo, left side, the Nova dials in 569. Right side, John Morgan's Park City, Kansas. Dials in at 576. Away we go. 6 now. Separating them up front. Win light, Sambo. 006 green. And 5700 on a 569 dial in. He's a hund above even. John, 12 up front. And 9 thou under the dial in as he got there first by 13 thou, but that was too much. Left side, your next pair dials in at 637. Right side, the truck dials in 668. One light left side, 23 green and 634 and a 637 as the truck was 27 red. And clicks it off. Next pair left side dials 676. Right side, Jason Ram on the motorcycle dials 553. Jason gives chase and will get there. 15 green and 556 on a 553 is good enough as the left side was 46 up front. Take 11 thou to be 8 thou under. Next pair, left side, dial 657. Right side, Sheila Day, dial 622. Red light, left side by 14 back. Sheila moves on, 70 green. And 624 is 27 thou above the dial in. Your next pair, Wayne Pratt and Terry Allen. Pratt left side. The Blooming, Texas-based Camaro dials in at 6 flat. Terry Allen right side in the Firebird dials 532. Goes Wayne Pratt's way, and Wayne Pratt punches his ticket to round number 2. Pratt 25 green and 35 thou above, as Terry Allen 36 up front and 900 above. Justin Cervantes up next. Left side of the racetrack, dials in at 598. Right side dials in at 701. Cervantes has it handled and will light up the field scoreboard. 14 green, 605 on a 598. Right side missed it and goes 704 on the 701. Next pair, left side dial 688, right side. Literally says, been a while on the screen. My computer girl. What are you doing over there? We're not supposed to let him do that. At least it's not like Jackie did yesterday. Boy. Oh, boy. Well, I mean, left side, your winner. 157 on the Christmas tree and still had a whole lot to work with. 693 on a 688. And been a while. Well, I think it might have been a while since you, never mind. A whole lot more than 157 up front and 640 on a 638. Your next pair. Ronnie Spears, Billy Talbot. Advantage on this end goes Spears' way. Win light, Ronnie Spear, 31 up front and 579 a 577. Gets him a $100 worth of finish line. Talbot, 089 up front and 596 on a 599. We'll have to take a stab at the re-entry round. And shout out. Billy Talbot wanted to make sure that Billy Simpson got the recognition he needs, help him pressed his wheel bearing late last night. Really appreciates that. So shout out to Billy Simpson for lending a helping hand there. Next pair, Daryl Patton left. Bryson Parks right. 2,000 the separation. Lynn Light Patton. 64 green and 630 on a 626. Parks was 66 green. But 634 on a 629 is everyone kind of figures out what they're going to run this morning. Next up, left side, the truck dial 645, right side. Cameron Fulford. Fulford dials in at 612. Winlight Fulford, 51 green and 200 above the dial in is good enough. to light up the elder scoreboard. Aaron Jones up next, left side, dials 640. Right side, not yet on file. Insert name here, Garcia. Right side, 759, the dial in. Aaron Jones, 26 green and 642 is 22 thou above. And I stand corrected. That was Hope Talbot earlier. This is Billy Talbot now. Well, at least we got that straight. Billy left side, dial 633. Right side, the motorcycle, dials 581. Talbot will move on as the motorcycle is 14 thou red. Talbot 28 up front, 632 on a 633. Max McLaughlin and Robert Johnson on track now. Johnson right side. Dials in at 674. Max left side. Dials in at 714. Robert Johnson is red. Mad Max moves on, 005 green and 707 on a 714. Brian Day, Kenny Tier. Your next contestants, B-Day left side. The Crosby, Texas-based S-Dime, 697 the dial in, and Kenny Tier. Right side out of Roanoke. In the Camaro, dials in at 644. Winlight B-Day, 32 green and 13 thou above the dial in. Gets 36 thou worth of finish line. Kenny Tier, 39 up front and 44 thou above the dial in. Attention in the pits, final call. Final call for no box round number one. Final call, Texas Trailer Man, no box for round number one, which would be Pro 1 round one. Final call, Texas Trailer Man, no box for Pro 1 round one. To the lanes. Left side, 025, right side, that was Jacob Pitt. 016 up front, Pitt moves on. 16 green, 574 and a 568. Left side, 25 and 67 thou above. Left side, the GTO, dial 730. Right side, Brian Hughes, dial 618. Hughes in control and will light up his scoreboard. 001 green, dead one. To be two total in round one of no box, because why the heck not? Left side was 59 up front and 81 thou worth of finish line leaves him 716 on a 730. Steve Morris and Colby Renfro up next. Morris left side, dial 611. Renfro right side, the Wilson, Oklahoma Chevrolet Corvette, grabbing the gears. Dials in at 590. One of them is perfect. Winlight, Renfro. Trip, zip on this end. 595 on that end. That's 32.56 thou above. Wrong line. Gets there first by 32 thou. Morris, 23 up front and 65 thou above will not advance. Next up, left side, the Camaro dials in at 755. Right side, John Powers on the two-wheeled machine. Is that a Screaming Eagle? Well, that's cool. He dials in at 710. Well, I think both of these guys forgot to drink their coffee this morning. Left side, your winner, 165 green and 766 on a 755. John was, well, it started with a 2 and goes 719 on the 710. Next up, Slade Brown, left side, 578 the dial in. Right side, the motorcycle, I think that's Roger Ball. Dials in at 6 flat. Slade missed it. Wind light ball, a 54 green and 16 thou above. Gets there first by 64 thou. Slade did not start with a 0 and goes 579 on a 578. Next side, left side, the Mustang. Dials in at 698. Right side, Blair McNutt. Out of Conroe. Dials in at 701. Red light start, Blair by 24 thou. Left side, your winner, 21 green. 18 thou above. Blair was 024 on the red side. And then goes 697 on a 701 as she will need to hit the buyback window. And speaking of buybacks, those will take place at registration. Buybacks are available at registration. We will run a separate re-entry round before we go into round number 2. So our competitive suspension re-entry round will take place in between rounds 1 and 2. So if you win in round number 1, you will have a little while to relax and chill and get your mind right, whatever you want to do. So buybacks are available at registration. Your last pair, left lane, your winner, 49 green and 638 on a 636. Right side, 37. Got there by 46 thou to be 7 thou under. Left side dial 688, right side dial 620. And I do apologize for the lack of information we have up here. Obviously, we had a lot of cars come in overnight and whatnot. So we're definitely working vigorously to get all of that information inputted into our AccuTime timing system to make that available for you. And hopefully we get all that done by the time we get into round number 2. Right side, your winner, 46 green and 631 on a 620. Left side, 003 red and 673 on a 688. Next up, Megan Brown and Joe Boner. Joe, our winner last night in the no box side, went into our Pro 1 Gamblers warm-up main event, and that was on his other entry. He's got the buy run on that one. For this one, he's got to square off against Megan Brown. Megan, 628 to dial in. Joe Boner dials 570. Away we go. 1/10 of a second. The difference up front, advantage Boner, win light Boner. 42 green and 579 on a 570. Megan Brown was late and 631 on a 628. Next up, Tim Ray, left side, dials 635. Right side, dials 575. Once again, everybody, if you are double entered A, you must have a different car number for the second entry. B, we are not mind readers in the timing tower. We do not know which number, if there are 2 on the car, is the one you want to run for this entry. So you must ensure that you have a piece of tape or something over the number that you are not running on that given entry. It is your responsibility to change that between entries. Help us help you, and we will have a lovely time today. Tim Ray goes red by 9 thou. Right side moves on 34 green and clicks it off. Next up, left side dials in at 614. Right side dials 609. Right side, your winner, 611 on a 609, was 28 up front and got there first by 9 thou. Left side, 66 green and 9 thou under. Matt Hall and Brian Chapman on the racetrack now. Chapman right side as the 2 S-Dimes battle it out. Chapman, dial 610. Hall left side, dial 623. Winlight Hall, 27 up front and 1 thou under, gets there first by a hund. Chapman, 38 green and 2 thou under, so by 1 thou double breakout. Matt Hall moves on. Preston Miles up next, the altered left side of the racetrack, dials 567. Right side dials 703. Winlight right side. $50 green and 706 on a 703. So we will hold up here for a second to check some things on the racing surface. All of our no-box cars have been called for round number 1. All of our no-box cars. So back on track. Left side didn't hold, right side moved on, 50 green, and 630 on a 632. Next up, Steve Wilson, left side. Dials in at 616. Casey Ball, right side, dial 624. Separate him on this end. Advantage Steve Watson. Win light Steve Watson. 21 green and 11 thou above. Casey Ball 31 green. Takes 3 thou to be 2 thou under. Next pair, left side, the Camaro dials in 720. Right side, Cody Adcox. In the Cutlass, dial 644. Once again, good morning to all of our live chat bleacher guests and participants. And I had a lot smoother things to say in my head. It just didn't come out that way. It's still early. Our Motor Mania live feed brought to you by Mr. Wendell's Motorsports, D3 Transportation, and Rug Racing Engines. Cody Adcox wins that pair, 651 on a 644. Left side was 002 red and 700 above. So, of course, all of our sponsors stepping up big time this weekend, and we definitely appreciate that. All of you online, you're going to want to be sure and smash that like button and subscribe and share. Tell your friends, tell all of them. We've got great coverage for you all weekend long as Jason Hamler and Terry Allen are on the racetrack. Win light's going to go to Jason. 38 up front. 653 on a 650. Gets there first by Trip Zip 3. Allen was 16 on this end, but 500 above the dial, and he might have gave that one back by 310 thou. Jason moves on. Left side, your next pair, Cody Nestle. In the Maverick, dials 758. Right side, the motorcycle, dials 585. Separate him. Advantage motorcycle, win light motorcycle, 91 green, dead 7. Cody, 98 green, but 88 thou worth of finish line. Leaves him 87 thou under. Hank Hintz, Daryl Patton on track now. Patton right side. The Highlands, Texas-based Maverick, dial 627 left side. Hank Hintz, the Springtown Roadster, dials in 589. Daryl Patton by 10 thou. Hank Hintz moves on to round number 2. 591 on a 589. He was 56 green, but didn't matter, as Patton leaves 10 thou too early. Jason Ram up next on the motorcycle. Right side of the racetrack, dials in at 555. Left side, the truck, dials in at 668. win light, Jason Ram, 20 green, 562 on a 555. Gets there first by a tenth, but left side was a tenth on the Christmas tree, so that's where that came from. 677 on a 668. That sure didn't help either. Sambo Tyra and Bobo Marshall up next. Sambo left side dials 570. Bobo right side dials 635. Red light start Bobo Marshall by 7 thou. Sambo advances 37 green, 568 on a 570. Bobo 007 red and 72 thou under. Left side Rick Mortimer dials in at 620. Right side dials in at 7 flat. Red light right side by 19 thou. Mortimer moves on 64 green and 616 on a 620. Chad Sandlin and Art Garcia up now. Sandlin left side in the truck, dials in at 630. Garcia right side dials in at 746. Big time advantage Sandlin, win light Sandlin, 002 green, 633 on a 630 dial in. Garcia was 91 on this end and then 3 thou under on that end. In a losing effort, attention in the pits, I will take my double entered top bulb door cars to the staging lanes, please. Double entered Best Deal Services box door cars. We will take you to the lanes for Pro 1 round 1. Best Deal Services double entered box door cars for Pro 1 round 1. We will take you to the lanes at this time. Left side dial 675, right side dial 657. On this end goes left side, win light left side, 003 green, 677 on a 675. Right side, 657 dead 7, but was 35 on the Christmas tree, and that costs them. Kevin Martin up next, left side in the Roadster. Kmart dials in at 615, right side. The Nova dials in at 636. Nineteenth out, separate them, win light right side, 31 green, 636 dead 8. Kevin Martin was 50 on this end and 612 on a 615. Next up, left side, dial 691, right side, dial 755. Looks like right side's Kevin Grider. Right side will dial in at 7:55. They're pre-staged as they roll in and we roll through Pro 1 round 1 of Texas Trailer Man No Box. Away we go. 6 times separated. Advantage Grider. Win like Grider. 28 green, 757 on a 755. Left side was 85 on this end. 100 above, no good. Once again, double entered door cars for Best Deal Services box round number 1. Double entered door cars. We will take you to the lanes for Best Deal Services box Pro 1 round 1. Justin Cervantes and Ronnie Spear on the racetrack. Spear right side, Dayton, Texas, 577 the dial in. Cervantes left side out of Ennis. Slightly shorter commute, dials in at 654. Advantage on this end goes Justin's way, and Justin moves on. 18 green, 656 on a 654. Ronnie Spear was 51 up front, and then 26th out above. Stephen Lowry and Jackie Jones up now. Jackie Jones has decided, for some reason, to pull the delay box out, and well, why the heck not? We're going to run the dragster in the no box side today. 5:30 his dial in. Stephen Lowry left side in JC's Mustang, dial 672. Attention to the pits. All box door cars. We will take you in the lanes, please. All door cars, singles and doubles. We will take you in the lanes for round number 1. Red light Stephen Lowry by a whole bunch. Winlight Jones, he was also red, negative 019, and that's a whole lot less red. 532 on a 530. Lowry goes 670 on a 672. Aaron Jones and Joe Boner on the racetrack, and this is final pair. So Joe Boner is sitting on the bye run on the right side of the racetrack. He will dial in at 571. Aaron Jones left side, dial 641. Separate him. Advantage Joe Boner, but the win light will blink for Aaron Jones. 32 green, 639 on a 641. Double breakout. Boner, 26 green. 12 thou worth of finish line leaves him 23 thou under. Jones was 16 thou under. So that's the difference there. That concludes our first round of Texas Trailer Man No Box. Best Deal Services box door cars, singles and doubles. You should be in the lanes for free. Want to remind everyone, if you are entered in the box and or no box shootout, you need to come to registration like as soon as you have a free minute, or like now, whatever you got. If you are entered in either of our shootouts this evening, please report to registration and get that taken care of. And if you order t-shirts, those are also available at registration. Those t-shirts, buybacks, and shootouts, all handled at registration as our first pair of Top Bulb contestants complete the burnout. Couple of motorcycles to kick us off. Left side dials in 6 flat. Right side also dials in at 6 flat. Light left side 620 on a 6 flat. Right side 597 on a 6 flat. So I think there might have been some shenanigans there. Jody Cernock left side 598 to dial in. Michael Rudd, the Lone Grove, Oklahoma-based Rudd Racing Engines Camaro, dials in at 544. Jody Cernock by 57 thou. Michael Rudd moves on, 23 green, and 545 on a 544. Gabriel Hernandez left side dials in at 659 right side. Brent Lancaster will dial in at 553. Red light start Hernandez, and Brent Lancaster's car never left the starting line. He will idle through now, but something between letting go of the button and the trans brake disengaging didn't really jive. Hernandez 005 red and 659 dead zero, just to add some insult to injury. When I say dead zero, I mean dead 0-0. So that sucks, but Lancaster moves on. Your next pair, Chuck Weir and Steve Tate. Weir left side, dial 629. Tate right side, dial 642. Winlight Weir 13 green, 630 on a 629. Tate was 37 green and ineligible to get there first and not break out. Gets there by 3 thou, breaks out by 14 thou. Next up, left side, dials 574, right side, Jason Skrasek. Jason dials 579. So he'll get 500 of head start. Skrasek moves on, 002 green and 580 on a 579. Next up, left side dial 624, right side Mallory Bontrager dials 589. Mallory turns her 7,000 red. Left side moves on. 52 green. 636 on a 624. Probably clicked it off there. Mallory 007 red and 589 dead 9. Ouch. Next pair, left side, dials 696. Right side, Charlie Golf, dials 668. Wind light left side, 33 green, 7 flat on a 696. Charlie was 10 up front. He'll go 675 on a 668 to be 4 thou behind at the finish line. Next up, Brian McLean left side, 665 the dial in. Right side, I'm fairly sure Jordan Heffler's wheeling that one, dials in 610. The Pro 1 Chevy 2. One light Heffler 004 green 612 on a 610. McLean was 19 up front. Goes 22 thou above, 16 thou behind at the finish line. And now Megan can continue entering tech cards. Thank you. Next pair, left side, dials 538, right side. It's either Heffler or Ada, but the Pro 1 Bronco, dials 586. Left side turns to red by 005. Right side, your winner. 15 green, 586. Dead on 9 to move on. Left side, Mike Badeau. The racer formerly known as Bad Slow. Left side, dial 702. Right side, Gordon Smith. Gordo. One of our raffle winners for a weekend entry, Crosby, Texas, 644, his dial in. Winlight Badeau, 19 green, dead 6, gets there first by 10 thou. Gordo was 001 on this end, but 647.4. 34 thou above the dial in, gets him a hund behind at the finish line. Next up, Wayne Pratt left side. 6 flat the dial in, right side, dials 579. Maverick Mackey right side. Maverick came to play today, boy, and will advance. 001 green, 582 on a 579. Pratt was 26 up front, but 19 thou worth of finish line leaves him 11 thou under, and that won't work. Jake Howard and Chase Huffman up next. Howard in the fire chicken, dial 660. Huffman right side. The accelerated graphics ride, dials 573. Winlight Huffman 005, 574, 12th thou above the dial in. Got there first by 38th thou. Howard was 22 green and 663 on a 660. Next up, Trip West 607 the dial in. Right side, Daryl Goza dials 512. Trip, here comes Daryl, 6 thou, separate them on this in advantage, Goza, Winlight, Goza. 003 green, 516 on a 512, he's 42 thou above the dial in. Good enough to get 12 thou worth of finish line. Trip was 009, 611 on a 607. Next up, Gus Deathridge and Lance Barella. Gus, left side, the borrowed money Vega wagon, 643 the number. And Lance Barella, the Spring Texas Chevrolet S-Dime, dial 609. Lance turns it red by more than he wants to admit. Gus moves on, 10 green and 13 thou above. Next up, Cameron Fulfer and Jared Wilson. Fulfer left side. We'll dial in at 613. J-Rod right side, the Mission Texas Base Roadster, dials 493. Jared either got the crossover wrong or let go on air. Fulfer moves on. 001 green, dead zero. How about one total on what was essentially a time trial? Your next pair, left side, dial 614, right side is James Day, dials in at 618. Winlight left side, that's a heck of a race. 004 green and a Honda above. Gets there first by 3 thou. James was 005 green and 12 thou above. Next up, left side, dials 562. Right side, Cliff Lovelace. Our runner-up from last night, dials 587. Cliff Lovelace just tried to screw that up. He's 29 green and 588-1 on a 587. When he crossed the finish line, the left lane was still sitting in the stage beams. Something goes wrong there. So he'll idle through. Lovelace will move on, but like I said yesterday, got there first by 19 seconds. Like I was saying yesterday, I don't think I've ever trusted anything in life enough to air one out And no, I'm not going to break out, but that's just me. Jesse Morton and Chad Hankins on track now. Hankins right side dials 534. Jesse left side. The Fox body dials 544. Morton picture 38 thou red, Hankins 28 up front, and 11 thou above. Next up, Billy Talbot left side, dial 632, right side. Now 642. Win light Billy Talbot, 001 green, dead 4 to be 5 total. Right side 16 up front, and wasting race fuel goes 640. On the 642, Josh Burrow and Kenny Martin on track now. Burrow left side, dials 597. Right side, Kenny Martin, dials 693. Burrow carrying the front wheels out. Win light Burrow, 16 green, 598 on a 597. Gets there first by 10 thou. Kenny Martin, 22 up front. And 694 and a 693 is not going to pay off. Your next pair left side, the very nice Corvette Roadster, dials 489. Right side, Brian Hughes, dials 612. Win light Brian Hughes, 11 green, 613 on a 612, 19 thou above the dial in. Left side was 64, 29 thou behind, and then 5 thou under, and nothing about that adds up to a win light. Max McLaughlin, Jacob Pitt on track now. Pitt right side, dials 565. Mad Max left side, dials 699. I'm not entirely sure what Mad Max was doing, but it was not driving. Jacob Pitt, 37 green, 566 on a 565. Max was 004 on this end. But 57 thou worth of finish line is 12 thou of finish line too much, as he's under the dial in. Mike Matthews and Brad Roberts. Matthews left side, the motorcycle dials 524, right side. Roberts in the Camaro dials 566. Away we go. Advantage Matthews, but the win light will blink for Brad Roberts. 13 green and 566, dead 7. As Matthews has some issues down track, ends up 545 on a 524 and 2/10 behind. Wind light right side, 14 green, 641. His 13th out above. Left side, your next pair dials 534. Right side dials 539. Wind light right side, 006 green, 544 and a 539. Left side, 002 on the red side. And 528 on a 534. Gates left side, the Dream Ride dials 5 flat. Right side, Tony Farmer. The Corvette Roadster dials 528. Advantage Farmer. Windlight Farmer 11 green and 528 dead on one. Gets him there by 21 thou. Yates 30 up front, 5 flat dead 3, no chance. Next up, left side, the high risk ride dials 497. Right side, Lewis Cleveland in the S10. Making the trip from Odessa to spend here with us this weekend. Dials in at 637. Side, your winner 24 green, 497 dead 2 to get there first by 16 thou. Cleveland 37 dead 9 no good. Dalton Loomis and Bryson Parks on track now. Loomis left side, the Chevrolet So Nice, they named it twice. 630 the dial in. Parks right side, dial 631. Loomis with plenty of room, but I believe just gave it back by 11 times. Parks your winner, 48 green, 633 and a 631. Dalton Loomis was 002 on this end, but 638 on a 630 leaves him 11 thou short at the finish line. Next up, left side, dial 605. Right side, dials 565. Red black start, right side by 6 thou. Left lane your winner, 21 green. And 607 on a 605. Casey Ball left side on the motorcycle. Dial 624, right side, Terry Stewart. Dial 635. Win light, Casey Ball. 13 green, 625 on a 624. Right side, Terry Stewart was 25 green. And 639 on a 635 to be 400 behind at the finish line. Your next pair, Larry Elton left side, dial 660, right side, Steve Adams. Steve will dial in at 646. Light Edson 663 on a 660, 12 thou on the reaction timer, and gets there first by 32. Thou didn't really matter. Steve Adams was 001 red and 654 on a 646. Next up, Donnie Evil Sizer left side, dials 615. Right side, the Roadster dials 582. Winlight Roadster 001 green, 582. Dead 9. To light up the Elder Chrysler Dodge scoreboard. Evil Sizer 40 on this end, dead 4 on that end. It's not enough. And we'll have to visit the buyback window. Brian Day, next up, left side, B-Day, dial 697, right side, dial 623. Separating advantage, B-Day, but the win light shines for the right side of the racetrack. 007 green and 22 thou under. B-Day 006 on this end. 13 thou worth of finish line. He's 35 thou under. And 35 is worse than 22. Right side comes back as Riley Howard and Robert Smoots complete the burnouts. Little Red Riley Hood left side dials 560. Robert Smoots right side dials 536. Advantage Riley Howard, and he will win. 002 green, 562 on a 560, gets there first by 37 thou. Robert Smoots goes dead 9, but was 57 up front, and that no worky. Mike Britt left side dials 634, right side dials 590. Well, Mike Britt was unable to get it fully staged. Flickers the stage bulb and it drops the red bulb on the bottom of the Christmas tree. Right side will move on 37 green, 588 on a 590. And remember, y'all, like we said, we are not utilizing stage lock here this weekend. And I, for one, and a lot of people we've talked to when it comes to bracket racing, that kind of throws more complications than benefits. So we are not using stage lock this weekend. Please make sure you fully stage your vehicle, or you might risk happening what just happened to Mike Britt. Next pair, left side dials 559, right side Jason Ram dials 555. Left side, your winner, 22 green, 560 on the 559 dial. And Jason Ram, 65 on this end, 24 thou behind at the finish line, and still 3 thou under the dial in. Mallory Dunaway up next, left side, dial 672, right side, dials 580. Your winner is Mallory. Let's go 4 thou too soon. Right lane 21 green, 580 dead on 2. As we roll through our best deal services box door cars for Pro 1 round 1, all of you have been called to the lanes, and if you're not here, you might want to remedy that. Obviously, it is compressed air supercharging Saturday. As left side dials 668, right side James Cook dials 538. Cook's moving on. Left side was 12 red. James Cook 10 green and 536 on a 538. Matty Evilsizer and Chris Edson complete the burnouts, and we'll get to that just ever so shortly, but whole lot of good stuff going on today. Our first perfect reaction time each day receives $100 from Texas Graphics Plus. First dead on the dial in, and that's with a 0, gets $100 and a gift certificate from Syntex Laser Engraving and Embroidery. Evil Sizer, left side dial 705, Edson, right side dial 628. Matty flinched. Edson moves on 25 green and 626 on the 628. The first perfect run each day to the 0, the third one to be exact. So trip, zip up front, and dead on 0. Perfect run will receive a gift certificate and $100 from Raceworks Drag Essentials. The last motorcycle standing each day receives $100 from Lone Star Sign and Design and Balls Out Racing for both today as well as tomorrow. And if a motorcycle is the winner, so if the motorcycle parks in the winner's circle, they will get $500 additional dollars today or tomorrow from Lone Star's Sign and Design and Balls Out Racing. On the starting line, left side dials 512, right side Debbie Palmer dials 649. Palmer's red, Pipkins moves on. 511 on a 512 in a winning effort. 013 on the Christmas tree. Debbie was Negative 164, dead 0 is she let go on nothing. Next up, Greg Howard, left side, dial 631. Right side, the Vega Wagon, dial 618. Of course, our long distance award this weekend provided by RLR Automotive and Diesel Service, $500 to the individual who traveled the furthest distance to get here. We are dead even on this end, and Greg Howard is moving on 008 green 635. On a 631 right side, 008 as well, and 628 on a 618. A tenth above is no good. Left side not on file, but I know it's one of the whites. 619 the dial in for the T1000. Right side, Curtis Wells, Claiborne, Texas, dials in at 571 in the Bob Glidden tribute car. Winlight, Curtis Wells. 005 green, 574 and a 571 gets there first by 9 thou. White was 25 up front. And 621 and a 619 will not pay off. Next up, Ethan Marr, left side, 551, right side, the going bracket racing ride dials 595. Hey, tension in the pits. Final call. Final call. Best Deal Services box door cars for Pro 1 round 1. Final call for Best Deal Services box door cars for Pro 1 round number 1. Right side, your winner, 18 green, 594.7. He's 3 thou under. Gets there first by a thou. Ethan Marr, 25 green. He's 8 thou under. So that's that for that. Left side, dials in at 607. Right side, dials in at 654. Once again, final call for door cars. Final call for door cars. To the lanes. Final call for door cars. Round number 1. Left side, 605 on a 607. His right side was 10 thou on the red side. 655 on a 654. Dwayne Maggie and Jesse Williams, your next contestants. Maggie left side dials 620. J-Dub right side dials 597. Dwayne, but the win light to J-Dub. 38 green, 592.5 on a 597. He's 45 thou under. Dwayne, 31 green. Gets there first by 7 thou. At least it looked right. He's under by 46 thou. So by 1 thou double breakout, and they're both way under. J-Dub moves on. Next up, Kevin Martin, left side. Dials in at 612. Right side, I believe that is Jesse Endicott. Dials in at 596. One light Endicott, 15 green, dead 5, gets there first by 11 thou. Kmart 44 up front, 11 thou behind, and 12 thou under. Next up, Morgan Wallace and Charlie Goff. Wallace left side, dials in at 657. Charlie right side, dials in at 667. So Charlie will get 1/10 of a move before Morgan turns her loose. Green lights a pair, 25 thou separate them. Advantage Goff, win light Goff. 001 green and 670 on a 667. Morgan Wallace was 26 up front, takes 10 thou to be 4 thou under. Billy Simpson and Mallory Bontrager on track now. Simpson left side, the Kennedale, Texas wagon, dial 703. Bontrager right side. In the wheel standing Malibu, dials 589. Dead even on this end, win light Billy Simpson. 20 green, 706 on a 703. 94 miles per, Mallory 20 green as well. Gets fed 41 thou worth of finish line to be 4 thou under. Jody Cernock and Steve Tate on track now. Cernock left side, dials 598. Tate right side, dials 639. Cernock's moving on as Tate is 002 red. Jody 36 green and 16 thou above the dial-in. Next pair, left side, Ian Dunaway, dial 605. Right side, David Broadnex. The Rampage Dodge out of Irving, Texas, dial 648. Winlight Dunaway, 19 green, 608 on a 605. Gets there first by 10 thou. Broadnex, 31 up front and 651 on a 648. Attention to the pits. Double entered Draxers to lanes 5 and 6, please. Double entered Draxers. For Pro 1, round 1, we will take you in the lanes at this time. Double entered Draxers. For Pro 1, round 1, we will take you to lanes 5 and 6, please. Chad Samlin's double Roy advantage on this end goes to Samlin, and Samlin's moving on. 20 green, 623, dead 2. Gets there first by 18 thou. Bubba, 27 up front and 13 thou above. Chuck Weir and Ronnie Crow on track now. Weir left side, dials 628. Crow right side, dials 588. Win Light Weir, 629 and a 628, 33 thou worth of finish line to be 19 thou above. Ronnie Crow, 27 up front and 593 on a 588. Vince Hernandez and Jordan Heffler on track now. Hernandez left side, dial 659. Heffler right side, dial 610. off goes Hernandez. Heffler turns her 7th thou red. Hernandez will come back. 28 green, 660 on a 659. Once again, attention to the pits. Best Deal Services box double inner dragsters. We will take you to lanes for Pro 1 Round 1. Best Deal Services box double inner dragsters. We will take you to the lanes for Pro 1 Round 1 at this time. Kenny White and Jeremy Heffler. Speaking of Pro 1, on track now, Heffler right side, the Pro 1 ride, dials 587. White left side, dial 622. Light Kenny White, 29 green, 622 dead on 1, gets there by 310 thou. Heffler 011 on this end, 588.9 on a 587. One of them was on the jug, not sure which one, but Kenny White moves on. Tim Guthrie, Chase Huffman up now. Guthrie left side 624, Huffman right side dials 573. One light Huffman 12 green dead on 0 to advance. Guthrie 15 up front gets there first by 6 thou to be under by 9 thou. Brian McLean, Kevin Little. McLean left side, 667. Little right side, dial 576. Advantage on this end goes to Brian McLean, but Kevin Little is moving on. 23 green, double breakout effort. 574.7 on a 576 is closer to not being under than 664.8 on a 667 for McLean. Little moves on. Tony Contrine and Michael Rudd up now. Tony left side. The Crandall, Texas base Beretta 530 won that island, and Michael Rudd. For Rudd Racing Engines, 545, the number on the Camaro. Like Tony 535 on a 531. 004 up front gets there first by 2 thou. Rudd 22 on this end, 548 on a 545. No good. Dylan Licata and Maverick Mackey up now. Dylan left side, dial 696. Maverick right side. In the Camaro, dials in at 581. Two fun advantage on this end goes Maverick's way, and Maverick will move on as the engines go silent. And I believe Dylan Licata had a issue somewhere down there. Maverick pulls up alongside, clicks her off. 598 on a 581 to advance. Goza and Gordon Smith on track now. Gordon right side, dials 647. Daryl left side, dials 515. go. Your winner, 006 green, 649 on a 647. Goes a 38 up front and 513.4. He is 16th thou under. As Gus Dethridge and Brent Lancaster approach the starting line. Gus left side dials 644. Brent right side. The Red Racing Engines Nova dials in at 552. Winlight Lancaster 13 green, 549 on a 552. Gus was 10 green. 9th hour at the finish line. 641 on a 644. Left side dials in at 530. Right side Bobo Marshall dials 631. Winlight left side, 39 green, 530, dead 5. Marshall was 002 up front, but 46 thou worth of finish line leaves him 5 thou under. Bruce White left side dial 621, right side dial 640. Bruce White's car rolls back and trips the red. Right side, your winner, 53 green, 638 on a 640. Left side dials in at 538. Right side, Brian Chapman dials 609. Unlike Chapman 006 green and 6083 on a 609. Left side was 004 up front, 536 on a 538. Next up, Dale Burrow left side, dials 479. Right side, dials 639. Advantage on this thing goes Burrow's way. Winlight Dale Burrow. 005 green, 482 on a 479. Right side, 43 up front and 644 on a 639. Kenneth Hillen and Casey Holtzman on track now. Kenneth left side dials 487. Casey right side dials 482. 129 green, 482, dead 9. To light up the scoreboard, Kenneth Hillen was 44 up front, 485, 9 on a 487. No chance. Next pair left side, dials 485 right side. Jacob McNeil dials 482. Left side, your winner, 41 green and 485 dead 6. Next up, Bryce Self, left side of the racetrack, 434, his dial in, and Bobby Gregory. Right side of the racetrack, dials in at 471. Win light Bryce Sell 435 on a 434. Gregory 007 green and 473 on a 471. Next pair left side dials 498, right side Brandon Justice dials 491. Side 10 green, 498 dead 3. Justice 13 up front. Gets there first by 6 thou to be 6 thou under. Philip Pennington left side dials in 465. Right side dials in at 471. Wimlight Pennington 008 green dead on 6 to get there first by 6 thou. Right side was 27 on this end and 7 thou under on that end. As Owen Duffield, left side, the Syntex printing entry, dials in at 491. Right side dials in at 444. One light right side, 23 green, dead on 0 to advance. Owen was 008 on this end, but 21 thou worth of finish line leaves him 7 thou under the dial in. As Cody Moore and Tove Marshall back up from the burnouts. Toe Baby right side dials in 483. Cody left side dials in at 452. Separate him, win like Cody Moore. 15 on this end, 23 thou above the dial in, gets him 32 thou worth of finish line. Tove was 22 on this end and 487 on a 483. No good. Bob Koski and Brad Taylor on the racetrack. Koski left side dials in at 501. Taylor right side dials in at 479. Win like Koski, 12 green, 502, a hunt above even. To illuminate his win light, Brad Taylor, 21 up front. Takes 8 thou to be 8 thou under. Andy Reinfort up now, left side dials in 476. Right side, Rick Pearson dials in 460. Pearson gets timed out. Andy moves on. 475 on a 476. Next pair, Rocky McLean left side. The Rock 2 dials in 465. Right side dials in 498. Light McLean, 17 green, 466 on a 465 is good enough. As the right side was 28 green, dead 9. as we are in Best Deal Services box for our Pro 1 Round 1 category. I will now take maybe I'll take all of my dragsters to the staging lanes, please. All dragsters to the lanes for Pro 1 Round 1. All dragsters, singles and doubles. We will take you in the staging lanes, please. Mike Crater left side. Not on file right side. Wind light right side. 31 green, 483 on a 469 as Crater has problems. Several, to be exact. Next up, Thorpe left side. I think that one's Kevin. Dials in at 458. Right side, Anthony Rios dials in 477. Thorpe 19 green 463 on a 468 gets him 8th hour at the finish line. Rios was 86 on this end and couldn't really do anything with that. 476 on a 477 to be under anyway. Peeps Pennington and Michelle Powers. Peep Show left side coming off a very impressive finale out at the Spring Fling in Vegas last week. Laying down a perfect run in the final of the weekend. And like I said when I watched that on the live feed, it's kind of the announcer's dream. Peep Show dials in 461. Michelle dials in 466. You cannot give Peeps that much room. 007 green for Peeps, 463 on a 461 to move on. Michelle was 51 on this end. 467 on a 466 and kind of just watch Peeps drive away into the sunset. Willie Flores up next, left side, dials 484. Mark Powers, right side, dials 448. Separate them. Winlight Flores 10 green 485 on a 484 gets there first by Trip Zip 8. Powers 28 green 447 8 on a 448. It would not have mattered. As I believe this was supposed to be Rick Huffman and Chris Jones. Huffman left side is his opponent was not able to make the call once we pulled out of the staging lanes. Huffman gets a competition bye run here. 468 his dial in. And goes 468 dead 3. David Jones left side 523. Right side dials in at 507. Away we go. Jones 23 up front, 525 on a 523 is no good. Right side 007 dead on 9 to get there first by 27 thou and illuminate the red and blues atop the scoreboard. Next up, left side dials 481. Right side, Kenny Probst. Kenny dials in 476. Kenny's way, win light, Kenny Probst. 10 green, dead on 0 to be 10 total. Left side, 14 up front, gets there by 6 thou to be a hund under. Tanner Thorpe, Mike Labatt on the racetrack. Tanner, last night's Pro 1 Gamblers warm-up event winner. To kick us off, Tanner dials in 456. Right side, Mike Labatt. Albuquerque, New Mexico, dials in 525. Win light, Tanner Thorpe, 19 green, dead on 7. To move on, Labatt, 24 on this and gets there first by 14 thou to be 13 thou under. Nick Smith and Jordan Epperjesse on track now. Jordan right side. Dials in at 443 as she went into some fairly late rounds last night. Nick Smith left side. Dials in at 449. Jesse, but the win light will shine for Nick Smith. 24 up front, dead on 3. Gets there by 2 thou. Epperjesse, 23 on this end, dead on 7, and 2 thou behind. Nathan Martin, next up, left side, dials 452. Right side, dials in at 489. Win light, Nate Dogg, 11 green, 454 is 22 thou above the dial in and gets him 13 thou worth of finish line. Right side, 30 up front and 490 on a 489. Your next pair, left side dials in 507, right side, Bart Nelson. The LaPorte, Texas contestant dials in at 470. Mark will move on. 13 on this end. 4 thou under on that end. Left side's 12 red and 505 on a 507. Your next pair, Mike Badeau, left side. Dials in at 702, right side. It's one of Kenny Probst's cars, but not sure who's driving it. Dials in 454. Winlight Badeau, 005 green, 13 thou above, gets there first by 22 thou, right side, 17 on this end. And 457 on a 454 will not get there. Josh Burrow, Casey Swift, your next pair. Burrow left side, dials in at 484. Swift right side, dials in at 506. Winlight Burrow, 008 green and 486 on a 484. Gets there first by 610 thou. Casey, 13 on this end. 507 on a 506 on that end, and Trip Zip 6 behind. As Micah Mann and Jared Wilson. Micah left side dials 476. J-Rod right side dials 495 once again. Attention to the pits. All dragsters have been called for Pro 1 Round 1. All of my Best Deal Services box competitors have been called for Pro 1 Round 1. All of our box cars for round number 1 have been called to the lanes for round number 1. 27,000 separated, and J-Rod was perfect. Winlight, Jared Wilson, how about Trip Zip dead on zero? A perfect package for Jared Wilson. Gets there first by 32 thou. Micah 27 on this end, 476.7 on a 476, but Jared Wilson, you, sir, have just, I believe that's the perfect one today, assuming it is, just won a gift certificate plus $100 courtesy of Raceworks Drag Essentials. And is back on track. Left side dials in 475. Right side Cliff Lovelace dials in 453. Separating advantage Cliff. Winlight, not Cliff. Left side, your winner. 18 green, 476 on a 475. Gets there first by 8 thou. Cliff was 12 up front and 455 on the 453. On the racetrack, left side dials 465, right side dials 517. One light left side, 21 green, 469.3 on a 465. Gets there first by 46 thou. Right side 37 up front and 524 on a 517. Kendall Little and Danny Ray Martinez up now. Kendall left side dials in 477. D Ray right side dials 481. They thought about it for a minute. Kendall's in, Danny Ray's in, ready, set, go, get him, no. Those are some really big rips, Kendall. Win like Kendall Little, 13 green, 483 on a 477. As, well, that's, yeah. Danny Ray was 71 on this end. Kendall tries to give it back to him. Danny Ray gets there by 15 thou to be 5 thou under. So Kendall will move on. Dale Burrow and Rodney Parks on the racetrack. Burrow left side dials 479. Parks right side dials 487. Winlight Burrow, 006 green, 481 and a 479. Rodney Parks, 46 on this end, dead zero, no help. Chad Broom and Clint White on track now. Chad left side dials 497. Clint right side. The Candy Beth Rennerai dials in 464. One light Clint White, 49 green, 464 for dead on 4 to be exact, as Chad was 004 red and dead 7 to add a little insult to injury. Next pair left side dials 485, right side Bryson Parks dials in at 491. Moving on, 10 green, 485, dead on 6. Justin Frost, Dennis Lithgow. Dennis right side 461, Justin left side 453. Justin is moving on. Dennis has to hit the buyback window. Justin 19 green, 450 on a 453. Dennis 009 red. Proceeded by 6 thou under. Bryce Self up next, left side, dials 436. Kaylee Phillips right side, dials 473. I think that might actually be Mike Crater on the left. I know it's his car. Looks like his helmet, so that's what we're going to call it. Away we go. 10,000 separated mechanic Kaylee. Win like Kaylee. 16 green, dead on 0. Gets there first by 19 thou. Crater 26 on this end and a hundred above on that end. No good. Greg Duffield. Owen Duffield, anyway. 490 the dial in, and Rodney Coslow. Right side of the racetrack dials in 444. By 16 thou. Coslow moves on, 21 green, clicks her off to go 559 at 86 miles per. Kenneth Hillen, Devin Coslow up now. Hillen left side, dials in 486. Coslow right side. Just saw Rodney advance. Going to try to do the same. Dials in 468. Win like Kenneth Hillen, 17 green, 488 on a 486. Gets there first by 18 thou. Coslow 36 on this end and 29 thou above as well. No worky. Next up, Ty Farmer, left side. 471 the dial in, right side, Jimmy Nobles. Nobles dials in at 468. Winlight Farmer 20 green and 16 thou above Nobles. 16 up front, but 28 thou where the finish line leaves him 9 thou under. Bryce Self left side 433 the dial in, right side not on file, but it's one of the winger cars. 486 there dial in. Red by winger by 25 thou. Bryce moves on 19 green and 430 on a 433. Jackie Jones, left side, dials in 481. Don Baker right side dials in. Well, we're gonna see. 698's what's on the dial-in board. I highly doubt that is correct, and it was not. Well, Jackie Jones is 010, 481, dead on 5, and Don Baker never left the starting line. Jones airs it out gate to gate, and well, there's that. Moves on. Why look over when you're going dead on? That's what they say. Not what I say. But nevertheless. Andy Reinfort and Danny Martinez up now. Danny right side. 493 the dial in. Reinfort left side dials in at 475. Light Reinfort 21 green and 476 on a 475 gets there first by 1 thou. Martinez 19 on this end and 17 thou above on that end. More left side dials in 453, right side dials in 481. Cody Moore 13 green 449 and a 453. His right side left way early. And Bob Koski and Stephen Lowry back up from their burnouts. Koski on the left, 501 his dial in. Lowry on the right. The Crockett, Texas-based American Ride dials in at 480. Lowry 14 green 481 and a 480 as Koski was 008. But 21 thou worth of finish line leaves him 2 thou under. Had to take 19 or less. Tove Marshall and Brandon Justice up next. Toe Baby left side 484, Justice right side 490. Tove 16 green and 484 dead on 1. Gets there first by 19 thou. Justice was 42 on this end and 5 thou under. Left side dials in 471. Hannah Walter, right side dials in 456. Inbound separator, advantage left side, win light left side. 009 green, dead on 8, gets there first by 110 thou. Hannah Walter, 19 green and 455, 9 on a 456. If anyone has a jump box, my command would be very grateful for that in the staging lanes right now. So that's kind of urgent. Extremely urgent parts call. A jump box is required by my command in the staging lanes. Rocky McLean, 466. On the left side of the racetrack, and Rick Pearson, right side, dials in at 460. Separate them, win light. Left side, 468 on a 466, 16 green on this end. Right side was 459, a 460 after an 014 reaction time. Leaves them under by 210 thou. Rick Huffman and Jacob McNeil. Huffman left side for accelerated graphics. Huge thanks to them for coming on board with us here this weekend. Huffman dials in 468, McNeil dials in 482. McNeil by 6 thou. Huffman moves on, 14 green and 13 thou above. Attention to the pits. Final call for Best Deal Services box round number 1. Final call. All competitors have been called and should have been in the lanes by now. Final call. Best Deal Services Pro 1 round 1 for our box category. Baker, Jesse Williams on the racetrack. J-Dub right side dials 591. Kristen left side dials 507. 5 thou. Separate them. Win like J-Dub. Trip, zip, perfect on this end. 6 thou under on that end. Kristen 005 and 15 thou under, taking 4 thou worth of stripe. Once again, final call, round number 1 boxcars, final call for Pro 1 round 1 in our Best Deal Services box class. Final call, round number 1. Corey Nelson and Wayne Welch on the starting line. Wayne on the right side of the equation dials in at 499. Corey left side dials in at 504. Double reds, Wayne Welch going to be your winner. 13 on the red side, 499, dead on 0 to move on. Corey Nelson was 002 red, but was the slower of the two cars. 506 on a 504. Nick Smith and Mike Labatt. Mike right side dials in 523. Nick left side dials in 449. Nick Smith, 17 green and dead on 0 is good enough, as Mike was 008 up front, but 12 thou worth of finish line leaves him 5 thou under. Next up, not on file, left side, dialed in 479. Right side, I'm like 99.9% sure that's Dave Mazier. The Escondido, California based contestant, dials in 490. A pair, win light Mazier. 7 green, dead on 4. To be 11 total. Left side, 007 green as well. But 14 thou worth of finish line leaves them 11 thou under. Danny Ray Martinez and Casey Holtzman. Casey right side dials in 483. D. Ray left side dials 481. Separating, baby advantage goes to Casey, but the win light will blink for Danny Ray Martinez. 15 green, dead on 4. For a 19 pack, Holtzman 13 up front. Gets there first by 14 thou to be 8 thou under. Left side dials in at 518. Right side, Kevin Thorpe dials in at 458. One light left side, 520 on a 518. As I'm not sure, I wasn't looking in that direction. Watch the Motor Mania replay right now, but I think Kevin Thorpe either got timed out or the car rocked back in the beams. Judging by the live feed, it was option A. So Peeps Pennington and Anthony Rios. Rios on the right dials in 476. Peeps on the left dials in 463. A tension in the pits. I will take my no box competitive suspension re-entry round. To the staging lanes, please. No box re-entry round. I will take you to the lanes. Peeps, your winner, 008, 466, 1, and 463. And no box re-entry round. We will take you to lanes 3 and 4, please. No box competitive suspension re-entry round. We will take you to lanes 3 and 4, please. Philip Pennington right side, 465 the dial in. Left side dials in at 485. this end, win light left side. 12 green, 485, dead on 2 is good enough. As Pennington was 007, but 10 thou worth of stripe leaves him 3 thou under. So, like I said, our competitive suspension no box re-entry round has been called to lanes 3 and 4 at this time. And if your win light did not come on in round number 1, you are highly encouraged to go visit registration, buy your way back in, and then get to the lanes for our competitive suspension re-entry round. Obviously, our one expensive cookie will come with your buyback, because we care here at Hamlin Motorsports. Jordan Jesse and Bob Henry. Advantage on this in Jordan's way, but the win light shines for Bob Henry. 24 green, 443.8 on a 444. Jesse 009 on this end, but 16 thou leaves her 1 thou more under than Bob. 443.7 on a 444 as well. So Bob moves on by 1 thou of double breakout. Jody Cernock left side 469 to dial in. Right side dials in at 519. Winlight Cernock 10 green 467 on a 469 as the right side was 008 red. Next pair, left side dials in at 480. Right side, Bart Nelson dials in at 469. Winlight Bart Nelson, 14 green, dead on 2 to be 16 total. Left side, 13 up front. On the negative side, so that doesn't work. 480 on a 480 dial-in. Next pair, Brandy Ray, left side, 490, the number on her dial-in board, and Kenny Probst. Kenny P, right side, dials in 457. Kenny Probst trip zip perfect on this end, dead on 2 to be 2 total. Brandy Ray 19 up front, dead 5, a very respectable lap, but not good enough for this one. Donnie Baker and Kenny Probst's other car. Well, we know Kenny's not driving both of them. That would be an impressive feat. 476, the dial-in on the right. Don Baker on the left dials in 488. And racers, as I have said repeatedly, if you are double entered in any way, shape, or form, if you are sharing a car, please have the correct car number indicated on the side of your race car. When I'm looking at 2 of the same name in back-to-back pairs on my announcer screen, I can promise you that something was not correct there. Don Baker, left side, 486 on a 488. Will turn on the wind light. Was trip zip perfect on this end. Next pair left side dials in 476. Believe that's my command. Right side Bobby Gregory dials in 473. Jimmy Nobles and Tanner Thorpe completing the burnouts to conclude Pro 1 round 1. Jimmy Nobles, Tanner Thorpe. Nobles left side dials 466. Thorpe right side dials 458. As this will conclude our Pro 1 round 1. Away we go. 1 foul separate him. Advantage Thorpe. Win light. Tanner Thorpe 458. Dead on 7. Gets there first by 8 thou. Nobles 467.4 on a 466. And that concludes round number 1. Our no box competitive suspension re-entry round has been called to the lanes, and you should be making your way there at this time if you have not yet been by registration to procure your buybacks, assuming So our competitive suspension, no box re-entry round has begun. Ronnie Spear and Bryce Hatfield will kick us off. Ronnie left side dials 577. Bryce right side dials 610. Glenn Light Hatfield 14 green and 610 dead on 5. Gets there first by 59 thou. Ronnie 582 on a 577. Daryl Patton, Michael Ricciuti. Patton left side, dial 626. Michael right side, dial 720. Away we go. Advantage on this end goes to the mayor. Win light, Daryl Patton. 33 green and 624 on a 626. Gets back in. Michael, 56 up front and 716 on a 720. Kevin Martin, left side, dial 611. Danny Hatfield, right side, dial 629. Winlight Hatfield 6304 to light up the scoreboard. 23 green on this end. Kmart 008 red and 3,000 under. So a couple of the big square bodies will battle off. The forward left side, Cody Leslie dial 672. Bobby Knox right side. The square body Chevrolet dials in 645. But advantage goes to Cody, but the win light goes to Bobby. 79 green, dead on 3. Good enough to get there by 300. Cody 59 up front, but 677 on a 672 costs him his chance to get back into competition. Mike Lessler and Terry Allen up now. Mike left side, dials 672. Terry right side, dials 540. Attention in the pits, all no box re-entries. You have been called, all of no box, for the competitive suspension re-entry round. You have been called. Texas Trailerman no box, all competitive suspension re-entry competitors. You have been called to the lanes. Winlight Lessler 15 green 674 on a 672. Terry Allen was 50. And it don't work when you're 50, especially when the other guy's 15. Terry goes 541 in a losing effort. 11,000 above the dial-in. Next pair left side, dial 655. Right side, Jake Howard dials in 660. One light Jake Howard, 007 green, and dead on 1 to be 8 total. Left side 006 and 14 thou above. Joe Boner right side dials in 567. Lance Hope left side. The Hope Arkansas contestant dials in 675. One light Joe Boner, trip, zip, perfect up front, dead on 8 for an 8-pack. That's easy math. Lance Love, 46 green and 3 thou under. Megan Brown and Steve Morris. Megan left side dial 628, Morris right side dial 614. This in goes Morris's way. Win light Steve Morris, 10 green and 21 thou above. Megan, 37 green, dead 6, not good enough. So Steve will come back. Cody Nestle, Robert Johnson, the racetrack. Nestle left side 749, Johnson right side 675. Win light Robert Johnson, 91 green, 676 on the 675. All of my no box re-entry cars have been called to the lanes, all of them. Singles and doubles for our competitive suspension re-entry round in Texas Trailer Man no box. You have been called. Also, racers, as we are missing, mysteriously, some of our information up here, if you have not turned in your tech card, please do that. That would be like super great. Like, hey man, you got a tech card? Be a lot cooler if you did. No. The last pair, the left side, 1 at 10, 26 green and 613, 8 on a 614 is Slade Brown and Hope Talbot roll up to the starting line. Slade left side dials 578, Hope right side dials 598. Once again, if you have not turned in your tech card, please do that like immediately. If you've not turned in your tech card, please get that taken care of for us. Away we go. 200 advantage goes Slade's way. Win light Slade Brown. 51 green, 582 on a 578. Hope was 77 on this end and 4 thou under. Hector Aguilera and Brian Chapman up now. Hector left side dials 693. Brian right side dials 610. Win light Aguilera 693 on a 693. 39 up front. Chapman 22 up front, but 36 thou worth of finish line leaves him 13 thou under. Preston Miles and Stephen Lowry up next. Lowry left side 670 his dial in. Preston, right side in the altar, dials in 567. Separate them. Stephen finally found it off the bottom and will get back into competition. 15 dead on to 17 total. 2 advance. Preston 35 up front and mathematically ineligible from that point on. So Larry gets back in. Art Garcia and Cody Adcox up now. Adcock's right side, 649 the dial in. Art left side. Dials in at 744. One lot Adcox, 31 green, 656 on a 649. To get there first by fourth out. Chris Clausen, David Ball on the racetrack. Chris left side, David right. 564 the number for Chris, and he's ripped. David's getting back in, 585, and he goes a 586. Casey Ball left side on the motorcycle, 624 the dial in. Right side dials in at 550. Red light start. Casey Ball by 38 thou, 623 on a 624. Right side was way red, but still left second, 541 on a 550 to get back in. John Powers and Joe De La Garza. De La Garza, right side, 703 the dial in for the Cedar Hill, Texas-based ride. And John Powers, left side, the Screaming Eagle. Harley Davidson dials in at 714. Winlight De La Garza, 46 green, 701 to 703. John Powers was red. And, oh, that was it. Cody Leslie, Blair McNutt on track now. Cody left side, dials in 677. Blair, right side of the racetrack in the Camaro, dials in at 701. Advantage on this end. Blair, Winlight, Blair, 11 green, and just kind of eases on through. 706 on a 701, 87 miles per. Cody was late, and then a 10th above. Bobo Marshall, left side, 632 the dial. And Ben Awile, right side of the racetrack, 640 his dial in. green light a while. 93 green and 642 on a 640. Jake Howard left side dials in 660. Right side dials in 657. Final call. No box re-entries. We need you if you're not already here. No box re-entries. If you have not been here, you are late. No box re-entries, final call, and attention to the pits. First call. Top bulb double entered door cars. We will take you to the lanes for your re-entry run at this time and our wait and see buy run. For our re-entry round will be Gordon Smith on your X400 number. So Gordon Smith, car number X400, is our wait and see buy run. In our competitive suspension, best deal services box re-entry round. That being said, double enter door cars. For our re-entry round, we need you in the lanes, please. Double enter door cars. We need you in the lanes for your re-entry round. We continue with our competitive suspension Texas Trailer Man no box re-entry round. Left side dials in 722. Right side Terry Allen dials in 540. Red Black Star left side by 3 fouls. Terry gets back in 18 red and 539 on a 540. So all of my no box re-entry cars should be in the lanes. My best deal services top bulb double entered door cars. Should be en route or in the lanes for competitive suspension re-entry round. And no matter how this goes, those of you that are curious, that have already been down the racetrack in your re-entry round and it didn't go well, Art Garcia and Joe De La Garza. On the racetrack, Joe left side dial 702, Art right side dial 745. When light says De La Garza 705 on a 702, 016 up front. Back in, so John Moggins will have the bye run here in the re-entry round, and he's just going to idle through. Did what he needed to do. And that concludes our competitive suspension. Texas Trailer Man no box re-entry round. Our Best Deal Services box door cars are pulling under the suites as we speak. Like I said, door cars. Door cars, re-entry round. You have been called singles and doubles to the lanes. Singles and doubles, re-entry door cars to the lanes, please. Jody Cernock, Roger Ball. Jody left side dials 598. Roger right side also dials 598. Here we go. Rogers 009 red. Jody is back in 003 green and 6 flat on a 598. Dwayne Maggie left side, 616. Charlie Goff right side, 665. Advantage, Charlie Goff. Win light, Charlie Goff, 27 green, dead on 0. Gets there first by 18 thou. Dwayne, 31 green and 617 on a 616. Brian McLean and Steve Tate on the racetrack. McLean left side, 665. Tate right side. Dials in at 640. McLean's back in as Steve turns her red by 002. McLean 30 green and 667 on a 665. Gus Dethridge and Mallory Bontrager. Gus left side dials in 641. Mallory right side dials in 588. Winlight Dethridge, Mallory is 200 red. Dethridge 14 green, 643 on a 641. Vince Hernandez and Kenny Llewellyn on track now. Kenny right side, dial 654. Vince left side, dial 660. Winlight Llewellyn 654, dead 4. 006 up front, 10 total. Hernandez 007 and dead on 8, 15 total. And 5 thou behind. Daryl Goza and Jordan Heffler on track now. Heffler dials in at 610. Goza dials in at 513. Winlight Daryl Goza 22 green and 516 on a 513. Heffler 002 on this end, but 52 thou worth of finish line leaves him 2 thou under. Wayne Pratt and Jeremy Heffler. Mr. Best Deal Services himself, right side of the racetrack, 586 is dial in, and Wayne Pratt. Left side of the racetrack dials in at 598. Heffler 004 green, 587 on a 586. Pratt 35 on this end. And had nowhere to go. Has Bubba Roy and James Day approach the starting line. Bubba left side Dials in at 574, James right side. Dials in at 619. James Day, 001 green, dead on 8. To be 9 total. Bubba was red by 6 thou. Dead 5 on that end. Does not matter. Dylan Licata, left side. Dials in at 717. Not on file, right side. Dials in at 645. Once again, racers, if you have not managed to turn in your tech card yet, please do that as soon as possible so we can get all of your information in our system up here. Please ensure that you have turned in your tech cards for the weekend. Win light right side. 651 on a 645, 009 up front. Dylan was late at 061 and then 720 on a 717. Dalton Loomis and Kenny Martin on track now. Dalton left side, dials in 632. Kenny right side, dials in 694. Separated advantage on this end goes to Kenny. Win light goes to Kenny. 41 green and 9 thou under. Gets there first by 6 thou. Dalton was 48 green and 10 thou under. So by 1,000th of a second. And double breakout. Kenny's back in. Maddie Evilsizer and Debbie Palmer up next. Maddie left side, dials in at 705. Debbie right side, dials in at 650. Debbie's red by zip 8. Maddie moves on, 47 green and 2 thou under. Left side not on file, dials in at 562. Right side Lance Barella dials in 609. Lance Barella 10 up front and 15 thou above to get back in. Left side was 022 and 564 on a 562. to see Morton and Robert Smoots on the racetrack. Win light Robert Smoots as Jesse has problems. Attention to the pits. Final call. Door car re-entry round. We need you in the lanes. Final call. Singles and doubles. Door car re-entries. We need you in the staging lanes. Final call door cars for your competitive suspension re-entry round. Next pair, left side, dials 488. Right side, Rob Taylor, dials 534. Green 537 on a 534 gets back in. Left side 15 up front and 496 way above the 488. Terry Stewart, Max McLaughlin. Your next pair, Mad Max left side dials in 697. Terry right side dials 639. Absolute last and final call. Door car re-entry round. Absolute last and final call. Door call for your re-entry round. One light Max, 18 green, and a whole bunch above as he clicks it off. Terry has some issues. And won't get it done. Trip West and Lewis Cleveland. Trip left side, dial 614. Lewis right side, dial 637. Will get back in 15 green 609 on a 614. Lewis 19 red, followed by 637 dead on 7. John Helfrich and Jared Wilson up now. John the left side dials in 574. Jared right side in the Roadster dials in at 494. Win Light John Helfrich, 11 green and 574 on a 572. J-Rod, 41 green, 495 on a 494, no help. Attention to the pits, double entry dragsters. We will take you to the lanes for competitive suspension round number re-entry at this time. Double enter dragsters to the lanes for your re-entry round. Donnie Eagle Sizer, David Broadnax on the racetrack. Win Light's gonna go to Donnie, 25 green and 18 thou above. Gets there first by 8 thou. Broadnax was 20 up front and 653 on a 650. Once again, double enter dragsters. We will take you to the lanes for your re-entry round, please. Double enter dragsters. We need you in the lanes for your competitive suspension re-entry round. Tim Guthrie and JJ Endicott. Guthrie left side, 623. Endicott right side, that was 566. Advantage on this end goes to Tim. Winlight goes to Tim. 15 green, take 2 Hund to be 4 thou under. JJ, 35 green, also 4 thou under by 3/10,000ths of a second. Tim is lesser of bad and gets back in. Ethan Marr and Michael Rudd on track next. Ethan left side dials 550. Michael Rudd right side for the Rudd Racing Engines ride dials 544. Once again, double entry dragsters. We need you in the lanes for your re-entry round, please. Double entry dragsters. We need you in the lanes for your re-entry round. Win Light Ethan Marr, 18 green, 550 on a 550. Gets there first by 4 thou. Rudd 20 up front and 545 on a 544. Left side, John Yates dials in 5 flat. Right side, Greg Biddison dials in 589. Light Yates, 40 green, 501 and a 500. Greg was 13 on the red side and airs it out to go 59 on a 589. Once again, double entry dragsters. We need you in the lanes at this time for your re-entry round. Double entry re-entry dragsters. We need you in the lanes. And if luck is simply not on your side today, it is not too late for that to turn around. On behalf of Casey Clean, Soft Wash, and Pressure Washing, we will have our second chance race later on this evening. 8 lucky racers. Like I said, your local turnaround. 8 randomly selected racers that lost both first round and the re-entry round will be randomly selected. We'll receive a second chance and we'll raise for $500 today only. And that is going to be later on. Kevin Martin and Steve Tate. Winlight Steve Tate, 15 green, 641. Dead on 6. Gets there first by 6 thou. Kmart was 20 up front and dead on 7. Not quite enough. Brian Day and Ronnie Crow up now. B-Day left side dials 695. Crow right side dials 589. Winlight Brian Day, 34 green and 5 and above. Gets there first by 15 thou. Crow, 56 on this end and 45 thou above on that end. Next up, left side, dials 531. Right side, Brian McLean dials in 666. Left side gets back in, 11 green, 531 dead, 5. To get there first by 12 thou. McLean, 23 and 666, dead on 6. Not quite good enough. Morgan Wallace, Mallory Bontrager up next. Morgan left side dials in 656. Mallory right side dials in at 588. Away we go, green lights a pair. Advantage on this end goes to Mallory. Winlight, Mallory Bontrager, 18 green, 5901 on a 588. Good enough as Morgan Wallace is 33 green. Take 6 thou to be 1 thou under. Mallory Dunaway and Bobo Marshall on track. Mallory left side dials in 673. Bobo right side dials in 632. And as we are in our competitive suspension re-entry round, and rolling on through, Mallory turns it red by a sizable margin. Bobo gets back in 29 green and 6, 27 on a 632. So I'm going to take a small break here. My part-time announcing partner just stepped in here, and he's going to walk you through some of our re-entry round. So take it away.
All right, we got Bubba Roy, left side of the racetrack, going to be dialed 574. And Jalen Whitmore, dialed 643. Whitmore turns it 4 thou red, and he's probably just going to want to drive past the ET shack, as Roy was a lot more red right behind him. So, Whitmore on to round number 2. That'll bring up Bobby Gregory. 473 that island for Gregory, and Jacob McNeil. And that Phantom ride right side of the racetrack out 483. Winlight, Jacob 15, dead 1, 16 total, locks out Bobby Gregory. McNeil gonna survive to round number 2. Mike Crater in that bad Self Motorsports ride dialed 437. And Casey Holtzman dialed 481 in the right. For Holtzman, Winlight, Holtzman. 8, take 18 to be 1 above 2. Crater let go 22 and rings it up 1 above 6. And that'll end Crater's day in that entry. Attention to the pits. I need all dragsters, singles and doubles. All dragsters, singles, and doubles for the re-entry round. Bring it to the lane. Dragsters, singles, and doubles for the competitive suspension re-entry round. That'll bring up Brandon Justice and Lucas Pearson. Pearson, let's go 23 red. Gonna hand the win to Justice, 14 and 2 thou under. Pearson brings it up dead on 2. But with that red light, his day will come to an end. Brad Taylor, left side of the racetrack, dialed 480, and Jimmy Nobles dialed 467. Nobles in control, but the win light's going to go to Taylor. 30 and 2 above 6 to get there 3/10,000ths of a second. Nobles 009 down on mile an hour a little bit to give it back 3/10,000. Next pair, Steve Adams driving the Mad Max machine, dialed 638, and Rob Taylor dialed 535. Win light for Taylor as Adams has all kinds of trouble, goes 12 above the dial. Taylor 19 and 1/10 above. Once again, dragsters, doubles and singles. Dragsters, doubles and singles. If you're not in the lanes, you need to be here for the competitive suspension re-entry round. Doubles and single dragsters. If you're not here, you are late for the competitive suspension re-entry round. Kenny P going to pick up the win. 12 dead, 517 total. Locks out Kevin Thorpe as he let go 29. Dale Burrow, left side of the racetrack, dialed 479. And I believe that is Rick Pearson in the right. Excuse me, Mark Powers, dialed 448. Powers 29 and dead on 2. Chad Broom down 495. And Jason McFarland's dragster left side of the racetrack. And Casey Swift down 507. Casey going to move on to round number 2 as Broom turns it 10 thou red to end his afternoon. Casey 16 and dead on 8. We're working our way through the competitive solutions, the competitive suspension re-entry round with our dragsters. Kenneth Hillen, 487 left side of the racetrack, and driver not on file in the right lane. Pick up the win, 007, dead on 6. Gonna kick it on to round number 2. Right lane, 25 red. Owen Duffield, left side, 490. What he says his hot rod's gonna run. And Brandy Ray, maybe down 490 as well. Win light belongs to Owen Duffield, 007, take 14 to be 1 above 1. Brandy Ray, 15 and 1 above 8. Puts our 14th thou behind at the finish line. Duffield on to round number 2. Jordan Epper Jesse, 444 the dial in. And Danny Ray Martinez down 480. Danny Ray on to round number 2, 13 up front and 1 above 7 as Jordan turns a little red and go 3 above.
Once again, absolute last and final call for our competitive suspension re-entry round. Final call for our competitive suspension re-entry round. If you are not here, we will pull our by car and you will miss your opportunity. Final call for our competitive suspension re-entry round to the lanes.
Win light going to Bob Koski, 11. Take 44 to be 2 above. Mike, 29 and 5 above. Is going to end his day. Toe Baby Marshall, 483 to dial in. And Kenny P, dialed 475 in his brand new hot rod over in the right lane of the racetrack. If you get a chance, go check that thing out up and close. It is a gorgeous ride. Marshall turns it 5 thou red, handed the win to Kenny. Kenny 16 and one above will take him to round number 2. Kristen Baker, down 507 in the Phil's trailer sales lane. And Cliff Lovelace out of Waxahachie, down 453. Winlight going to Lovelace. He let go and left second as he's 17 up front, but gets there 1 thou at the finish line. Kristen was 007, but 2 above. Going to put her 1 thou behind at the finish line. Making our way through the competitive suspension re-entry round. Thanks to Competitive Suspension for sponsoring our re-entry round and handing out those cookies. Not that you really wanted to go pick up one of them cookies. I personally had to pick up one and wasn't looking forward to it, but it's a pretty dang good cookie. Next pair, Philip Pennington, 466 the dial in. Rodney Parks down 488. Rodney going to pick up the win, 16 and 5 thou under. Philip, 009, take 009. Had to take 1 thou or less as he breaks it out, 8 thou. Darn good drag race right there. Next pair, Dennis Lithgold, dialed 461. And Bryson Parks, dialed 493. See if he can turn on the electric like Pops did right in front of him. Don't forget, if the competitive suspension re-entry round does not go your way, 8 drivers will be randomly selected that both lost first round and in the re-entry round for an 8-car shootout. Free entry fee for $500. Brought to you by the Casey Clean Second Chance Race. Win line going to go to Dennis Lithgold, 11 dead 8. Gets him there 3 thou in front of Bryson. Bryson is 14 dead 8. Solid lap. But just a darn good drag race between those two. Ty Farmer, left side, 472 the dial in. Driver not on file, down 519. As we work our way towards the end of the competitive suspension re-entry round. Winlight, Ty Farmer, 16, take 19 to be 2 above 1. Right lane was 39 up front and 1 above. Farmer on to round number 2. Zach Liggett, right lane, dialed 482. And Corey Nelson, dialed 505. I believe the side of his race car says Big Hoss. We'll see who will go on to Wild Willie round 2. Will it be Corey or will it be Zach? Zach going to turn the red bulb on, handing the win to Corey. 13 dead 5. It would have been tough to beat. So Corey on to round number 2. Attention to the pits. I need round number 2, no box. Round number 2, no box. Double entries. Round number 2, no box. Double enters. I need you in lanes 1 and 2. Hannah Walter and Mike Crater. Win light. Going to go to Crater. 11 takes 17 to be 1 above 1. Hannah, 10. 2 above 9. Doesn't get there. 17 thou. Crater on to round number 2. Once again, no box for Wild Willie round number 2. No box. Double enters for Wild Willie round number 2. I need you in lanes 1 and 2, please. We are towards the end of our competitive suspension re-entry round. Jones turns it 000 red. Jolie Winger, right side of the racetrack, is 003 and 2 above for the win as Bird is 310 thou red. Bruce White down 621 in the lone door car at the end of the competitive suspension re-entry round. And Devin Coslow down 471. Once again, no box. No box, round number 2 for Wild Willie. Round number 2, need you in lanes 1, 2, 1 and 2. Bruce is going to be sick as he lets go 6 and puts it 3 under the dial-in, taking a large quantity at the stripe. Coslow, 45 up front and 3 above. Is going to turn on the win light for Coslow. Bob Koski, 480 the dial-in. Scratch that. It's going to be Roger Liggett, left side of the racetrack, down 480. And Lucas Pearson, down 460 in the right. Drivers, don't forget, if round 1 and the competitive suspension re-entry round didn't go your way, we have the Casey Clean second chance race. It's completely free. We're going to be 8 randomly selected drivers to run for $500 in an 8-car shootout. Win light going to go to Liggett, 004, 1 above 3. Take 006. Pearson was 003 and 2 above 1. Puts him behind 6 thou at the finish line. Brad Taylor, 480. In the blown small block dragster, left side of the racetrack. And Jacob McNeil in his second entry, down 482. Taylor 16 and 3 above. Brandon Justice left side down 480 and Wayne Welch down 499. handing the win to Justice, who's 13 and one above 3. Jimmy Nobles dialed 467. And Anthony Rios, he dialed 477. Round number 2, Wild Willie. No box. You need to be in the staging lanes. Lanes 1 and 2. Round number 2, sponsored by Wild Willie. You need to be in the lanes for no box. Singles and doubles. Rios is 7th out red. Nobles 22 and 2 above on to round number 2. Bobby Gregory in his second entry. Dialed 473. And Mike Labate. Dialed 526. Winlight. Gonna go to Gregory. He's 000 perfect up front. Take 3 to be 1 above 8. Mike 23 on the tree and 1 thou under. But he's mathematically ineligible, as Gregory is going to move on to Wild Willie round 2. Micah Mann, 477. And driver not on file, dialed 519. Winlight going to go to driver not on file. 11, 3 above. Micah Mann turns it 5 thou red. And 9 thou under the dial. We are just about wrapping up our competitive suspension re-entry round. Wild Willie round number 2 coming up shortly. No box. You should be in the lanes for Wild Willie round number 2. Owen Duffield, 490, the dial in. And Brandy Ray down 491. I'm not 100% sure, but I think these two may have ran with their first entries in the re-entry round. Both drivers are red. Brandy Ray, 9 thou red. Duffield, 610 thou red. So Duffield gonna send it to Wild Willie round number 2. Here we go with our final pair of our competitive suspension re-entry round. Gonna be Corey Nelson. Big Haas dialed 505. And Gordon Smith down 6:48. Gordon going to pick up the win as he's 004. And Nelson turns it to Thou Red. And that will end competitive suspension re-entry round. Once again, drivers. As we got a little bit of track prep going on before Wild Willie round number 2. Just give a shout out to our sponsors that brought us Motor Mania, Mr. Wendell's Motorsports, and D3 Transportation. And as always, shout out to Rudd Racing Engines as a title sponsor for the Rudd Racing Engines 6-shooter Showdown. We'll be back to action shortly with Wild Willie round number 2, starting off with the no box category. Here we go, kicking us off with Wild Willie round number 2, no box. First pair going to be Justin Cervantes, 657. What he says the Camaro is going to run. And Bryce Hatfield has 610 on his hot rod. As we work our way through Texas Trailer Man, no box. Gonna crown somebody $5,000 at the end of the night. Attention to the pits, I need Art Garcia to the tower. Art Garcia, I need to see you in the tower ASAP. Mr. Art Garcia, we need you in the tower as soon as possible. Win light going to Cervantes, 27, dead 5. Hatfield is 23, had the reaction time advantage. Takes 32, had to take 9 thou or less. Hank, left side of the racetrack, dialed 590. Driver not on file, dialed 629 in the right. Once again, Art Garcia, I need you in the tower, please. Art Garcia, I need you to the tower. The Camaro with the reaction time advantage, win light. Camaro 31, 4 above, take a whole lot at the finish line, as the Roadster was 3/10 above. Rick Mortmeyer turns it red, hand in the wind to John Moggins. Moggins 13 and clicks it off early. Saves parts. Moggins on to round 3. Jason Leslie, 698, the dial in the Fox Body Mustang, and Joe Boner down 567. Boner gonna pick up the win here. He's 610 thou red. Dead 2. Pretty salty lap off the bottom. So Boner on to round number 3. Aaron Jones, 641. And Daryl Patton out 625. Patton in the Maverick. Jones in the Camaro. Jones in control. Got a whole bunch in the bag. Win light. Going to Jones, 20. Take 46 to be 1 above 3. Patton missed it a little bit and rings it up 1 above 2. Aaron, gonna send it to round number 3. Mike Leslie, 673 out of Cleburne, Texas. And Jacob Pitt, that sweet little Dakota, dialed 570. $5 thou separates them. One of them's 13. Winlight going to pit 13 in the double breakout drag race. Leslie is 18, take 35. Pitt 13 and 1 thou under. Jeremy Casey 636. And Sheila Day down 624. Casey from Joshua, Texas. Day from Pasadena. No box, singles and doubles for Wild Willie round 2. If you're not in the lanes, you're late. No box, singles and doubles. If you're not in the lanes for Wild Willie round 2, you need to be there. Casey in control. Win light, Jeremy Casey, 3 dead 6, 9 total. Locks out Sheila Day, as she's mathematically ineligible off the starting line. Casey, absolutely filthy, on to round number 3. Chad Sandlin in the Sandlin family racing. S10 pickup truck, going to be down 623. Motorcycle right lane, driver not on file, down 585. Sandlin is 1 thou red. Motorcycle is way red right behind him. Driver not on file in that beautiful Corvette, down 578, and Robert Johnson. He went out 676 out of Mansfield, Texas. Man, oh man. Johnson, he's going to want to drive past the ET shack as well as he turns at 31 thou red. Left side of the racetrack, reaction time started with a 1. Barely. Jake Howard, 660. What he says the old Firebird's going to run. And Jason Ram down 556 on the motorcycle. Got a pretty good motorcycle turnout this weekend. Double breakout drag race win light gonna go to Jake Howard. 7, take 8, 10 thou to break it out 11 thou. Ram was 17 and breaks it out 2 Hunt. Absolutely filthy race right there. I'm going to send Howard to May Race Carbs round number 3. We're currently in Wild Willie round 2 in our no box category. Working through our singles and doubles. We're starting to mix together. Steve Morris and Chito Delagarde. Chito turns it red, handing the win to Morris. Morris is 22 and 1 under. Bad news, Brian Hughes, left side of the racetrack, down 618. Right side of the racetrack going to be down 616. Camaro in the right lane leaves pretty good. Going to be something you want to watch. Double breakout drag race going to go to the right lane. Camaro, 46 up front, 7 thou under. Brian Hughes was 36, take 12 to break it out 8 thou. Had to take 4 thousandths or less at the finish line. Billy Talbot going to be down 633. Driver not on file, down 701. In the right lane. Separates them. The electric's going to turn on in Billy Talbot's lane. 28, take 21 to be one above 4. Right side of 31 on the tree and rings it up 3 above to end their day. Jason Hamner, 652, the dial in. Rob Castile down 703. Hamner turns it red. Hand in the wind to Castile. Castile's 50, dead 1. Sends him to May Race Carb's round number 3. Matt Hall. Left side of the racetrack, going to be down 623. He's been working on that ride all winter with that Rudd Racing Engines power plant under the hood. And Cameron Fulfer, down 614. Cameron recently celebrated a birthday last week. Happy birthday to Cameron Fulfer. 3 thou separates him, advantage Cameron Fulfer. Win light, Cameron Fulfer, 11, dead 8, 19 total. Matt, 14, take 7. Had to take 6 thou or less as he breaks it out 1/1000 of a second. Hector Aguilera going to be down 694. And Ian Dunaway down 635. Red, hand in the wind to Ian. Ian is 33 and a whole bunch under. We were pretty hot there, Ian, weren't we? Ian on to round number 3. Sambo Tyra down 570. Driver not on file, right side, dialed 767. Of trouble. Win light, Sambo 63, one above. Take a large margin down there at the finish line. The Camaro reaction time started with a 2, and that's just about all she wrote for that one. J.R. Wallace down 614 and Bobby Knox down 645. Separation. Wallace in control. Win light. Gonna go to Wallace. 26, dead 8. Knox was 29, take 9. Needed to take 6 thou or less. Just need a little more brake pedal. Nonetheless, Wallace on to May Race Carbs round number 3. Slade Brown out of Hallsville, Texas, down 581. And Tony Caprio, dialed 636 right side. Absolute last and final call, no box, round number 2. Wild Willie, round number 2, no box. Final call. Need you in the stage lanes. Wild Willie, round 2, no box. If you're not here, you're late. Win light gonna go to Slade. Had quite a bag off the starting line. Brings it up 2 above, taking 13. Neither driver really pressing the tree there. But Slade gonna keep it kicking to round number 3. Left side dialed 541, driver not on file in the Roadster. And Terry Allen dialed 540. Allen gonna pick up the win. He's 10 up front and 4 under as the Roadster turns a little pink. Lance Love out 674 in the G-Body. And Wayne Pratt out of Blooming, Texas, out 601. Lance Love has quite a bit in the bag. Winlight's gonna save. Lance Love, 13. Gets behind 2 thou to ring it up. 2 above. Pratt, 44, take 2. Couldn't win. Mad Max out 712. He bumps it in deep. And Cody Adcock out 653. Adcock turns it red, hand the win to Mad Max. 009 and a whole bunch under the dial. Stephen Lowry, 670, the dial into the Mustang. And Kevin Grider, G-Rider, so it's going to go 756. Win light going to Lowry. 71, 1 above, take 11. G-Rider. 1 above, 8. No good. Brian Day, 697 the dial in Crosby, Texas. And Steve Adams. Adams having some issues on the starting line. That is obviously not Steve Adams. He is on the starting line trying to get it figured out. He's got 30 seconds on the clock trying to figure out what's going on. Looks like they got that hot rod fired up and ready to go. In control. Win light Day. 30. Gets behind 9,000. As right side of the racetrack. Reaction time started. Well, we'll just leave it at that. Win light Brian Day. Jackie Jones, 534 left side of the racetrack, and Roger Ball, dialed 599 on the motorcycle. Jones 19 up front, and way under the dial-in as Roger turns at 19 thou red. So the dragster going to round number 3. Working our way through Wild Willie round number 2, no box category. Hake Hines, dialed 590 out of Springtown, Texas, and John Moggins, dialed 576 in that good-looking Camaro. Win light going to Moggins 17, and he clicks it off early as Hank turns it 17 thou red. Art Garcia 748. And Jason Ram dialed 553. Ram on the motorcycle. Ram is double 0-2 up front. He's going to pick up the win. 2 take 39 to be 2 above 8. Garcia 63, dead 7. Mathematically ineligible off the starting line. Daryl Patton dialed 625, and Danny Hatfield dialed 629. Patton in the Maverick, Hatfield in the Camaro. Win light Patton 21 take 3 to be 1 above 5. Hatfield 41 up front, breaks it out 1 thou trying to get there. Attention to the pits. I need round number 2. Wild Willie round 2. Double door cars. Door cars, double. Need you in the stage lanes 1 and 2. Wild Willie round 2. Door cars, doubles only. Need you lanes 1 and 2. Attention to the pits once again. Need Wild Willie round 2, double door cars in the stage lanes. And if you are still in round number 2 of no box and you are not in the stage lanes, you're late. This is your last and final call. Round 2 no box. If you're not here and ready, you're late. Aaron Jones and Bryce Hatfield. Hatfield has 5 thou in the bank. Win light's going to say Hatfield. 29 takes 16 to be 1 above 3. Jones 34 and bails out, hoping for the best. Hatfield may have caught the drop. Rick Mortmeyer dialed 616. Joe Boner dialed 567. Once again, Wild Willie round number 2, box door cars, doubles, need you in the staging lanes. Wild Willie round number 2, box door cars, double entries, I need you in the staging lanes. Lanes 1 and 2, please. Win light going to go to Joe Boner. 76 up front and 3 above. Rick, 71 up front. Take 50. Had to take 40 or less. Jake Howard dialed 658 in the Firebird, and David Ball dialed 587 in the motorcycle. Jake in control, 16 up front. Win light going to go to Jake, 16, take 16 to be 2 above 0. David was 65 on the tree and breaks it out trying to get there. Justin Cervantes, 657 the dial in, and Joe De La Garza. Cheeto, right side, down 7 flat. Once again, Wild Willie, door car round number 2. Need you in the staging lanes. Wild Willie round number 2, door cars. I need you in lanes 1 and 2, please. Cheeto turns it 4th out red, handing the win to Cervantes. Cervantes is 16 and 4th out under. Sambo Tyra, 567 the dial in, and Hector Aguilera, dialed 694. Sambo in control. He's 14 up front. He's going to pick up the win. 14, take 9. As Hector was 55 and 200 under the dial in. Got our last pair of no box coming up. Scratch that. Got our buy run. Colby Renfro going to be down 590 out of Wilson, Oklahoma. Renfro. In the good-looking Corvette. Going to be jamming gears all the way down the racetrack. Last weekend I saw on Facebook that thing was shipping 1-2 in the air. Got it tamed down a little bit this weekend. He's double A up front. And rings it a 10th and a half above. And that'll close out our no box portion of Wild Willie round number 2. Box door card double entries. Doubles and singles. Go ahead and bring them on up. Doubles and singles. Box door cars need you in the staging lanes.
Chad Sandlin, Brent Lancaster will kick us off. And like Tripp told you, and then quickly had to vacate the announcer's booth to go get his race car, all entries remaining in round number 2, both round 1 winners as well as re-entry round winners in our door cars. You have been called. Singles and doubles door cars, you have been called to the staging lanes for Wild Willie Fuel Fragrance round number 2. Chad Sandlin on the left side of the racetrack. Dials in at 618. Brent Lancaster, right side. 549, the number on his window. Win light goes to Chad Sandlin though. 30 green dead on 0 to get their first trip. Zip 8. Lancaster 21 on this end and 500 on a 549 is 8/10,000ths of a second short. Jody Cernock and Casey Baugh up next. Jody left side of the equation dials in at 599. Casey right side on the motorcycle dials in at 623. Win light Jody Cernock 599 dead 2. He was 25 up front. And got there first by 3 thou. Casey 10 up front, but 21 thou above. Gets him 3 thou change. Tim Guthrie and Charlie Goff inch their way into the stage beams. Tim left side in the Vega dials in at 623. Charlie right side of the truck dials in at 667. Red light start Tim Guthrie by 2 thou. His day is done on that entry. Charlie moves on 15 green and 671 on a 667. Dwayne Maggie and Rob Taylor up next. Dwayne left side, 621, the number on the drag bike, and Rob Taylor. Right side of the racetrack, 535 the dial, away we go. 14 valve separating advantage, Rob Taylor, win light, Rob Taylor. 002 green, 536 on a 535. He's 11 thou above, gets there first by 19 thou. Dwayne was 16 on this end and 16 thou above on that end. To be 19 thou behind, that math doesn't work. Next pair, left side dials 532, right side Chase Huffman. The accelerated graphics Waxahachie, Texas based Camaro dials in at 574. Red light start left side, Chase moves on 13 green and 571 on a 574 to advance. Mike Badeau left side. .705 his dial-in, and Chuck Weir right side of the racetrack in the wagon dials in at 629. Foul in Badeau's pocket. Win light, bad slow Badeau. 706 on a 705. 006 on this end. Takes 41 thou worth of stride, but who cares? Chuck Weir was 50 on this end and 630 on a 629. Billy Talbot and Jeremy Heffler up next. Talbot left side. 634 his dial in. And Jeremy Heffler for Best Deal Services in Pro 1, 586. His dial in. Away goes Billy. Here comes Heffler. 006s. A pair. Win light, says Billy Talbot. 006 green and 634 dead 6. That's 12 total. Heffler also 006. 585 3. He is 7 thou under, taking 13 thousandths worth of finish line to end that campaign. Matty Evilsizer and Michael Rudd. Rudd right side for Rudd Racing Engines, Lone Grove, Oklahoma, 545 the dial. And Matty Evilsizer, the Burleson, Texas-based ride. We are 3 thousandths apart on this end. Win light, Michael Rudd. 10 green, dead on 5. We get there by 8 thou. Evilsizer was 13 on this end and 11 thou above. Brian Day and Julie Daybon. Julie right side. 1,000 at 639. B-Day left side of the equation. 1,000 at 703. The difference, win light, Julie. 35 green, 641 on a 639, as Brian Day was 40 up front. But 28 thou worth of finish line leaves him 12 thou under the dial-in. Next up, left side, dial 614. Right side, James Day, dial 624. Win light left side. 614 on a 614. James Day was 008 red to give it away. 626 on a 624. Melvin Goss and Daryl Goza. Pulling through the water now, Melvin left side. The high risk ride dials in at 497. Goza right side dials in at 515. Once again, door cars, singles and doubles. You have been called to the lanes for Wild Willie Fuel Fragrance round number 2. Door cars, singles and doubles. You have all been called to the staging lanes for round number 2. Win light Melvin Goss forward, 992 on a 497. 022 on this end, get there first by 004. Daryl Goza was 31 up front. 17 thou above. A little too much above to get there. John Yates and Gus Deathridge on track now. Yates left side dials 501. Deathridge right side dials 643. So John Yates left side, the Dream Ride, 501 the dial, and Gus Deathridge right side. The Borrowed Money Vega Wagon, 643. His estimated time of arrival. They are pre-staged as they inch their way in. Green lights are paired. Advantage on this end goes to Deathridge. Win light, Gus Deathridge. 24 green, 645 and a 643 gets him there first by 2 thousandths of a second. Yates was 40 up front, and 502 on a 501 is not enough to make up for it. John Helfrich and Chad Hankins. Up next, John left side dials 574, Chad right side dials 536. Light Chad Hankins, 19 green, dead 6. Gets there first by 2 thou. Helfrich was 25 on this end and dead 4. Had to be dead 2 or 1 or 0 to lop the scoreboard. Vince Hernandez and Jared Wilson on track now. Hernandez left side, dial 660 in the Chrome Marrow. Jared right side, the Roadster dials 494. Red light start, J-Rod by 2. Hun. Vince moves on 11 green and 663 on a 660 dial-in. Josh Burrow and Randy Tanksley. Burrow left side dials 595. Tanksley right side dials 622. Win light, Tanksley 22 green and dead on 2. Gets there first by 39 thou. Josh 27 green and 598 on the 595. Which will bring up Brian McLean and Maverick Mackey. McLean left side 667, the number on the window. And Maverick Mackey right side dials in 582. Winlight Mackey 009 green and 12 thou above is good enough to get there first by 21 thou. McLean was not 009. As Mrs. McLean is giving her input from the tower. 35 green and 667 dead, 7 absolutely positively no chance. Maverick moves on. Donnie Evil Sizer and Gordon Smith complete their burnouts. Donnie lining up on the left side, dials in 615. Gordon Smith on the right side, dials in at 647. Red light start, Gordon Smith. Donnie moves on, 24 green and 616. 12 thou above the dial-up. Brandon Sneed and Jason Skrasek. Up now, Sneed left side. In the Cavalier, dials in at 606. Skrasek right side. The chop-topped Chevy Dus dials in at 581. Then like Skrasek, Sneed turns her 11th thou red. Jason 69 up front and 583 on a 581. Bubba Roy and Jordan Heffler up now. Bubba left side. In the soft top, dials in at 574. Heffler right side. The Pro 1 Chevy 2 dials in at 610. Heffler by 010. Bubba moves on. 43 green and 67400 on a 674 dial-in. Larry Elton And Cliff Lovelace up now. Larry left side in the S-Dime. Dials in at 665. Cliff right side. Dials 587. Rim light says Cliff Lovelace. 004 up here and 12 thou above down there. Larry was 11 up front. Take 47 thou to be 43 thou under. And Kenny White and Brian Hughes complete their burnouts. Kenny left side. In the Camaro, dials in at 622. Brian Hughes right side, the Monte Carlo, dials in at 611. Red light start, Brian Hughes by 10 thou. Kenny moves on, 006 green. And 622 dead on 7. Dylan Licata and Jacob Pitt. Dylan left side, 721. Jacob right side, 566. Dylan's red by 10 thou. Jacob moves on, 018 green. And 565, 100 even under his dial-up. Attention to the pits. Final call. Box door cars. You should be in the lanes, please. Final call. Box door cars for round number 2. You should be here. Absolute last and final call for Best Deal Services. Box door cars for Wild Willie Fuel Fragrance round number 2. Wind light there goes to the left side. 608 on a 607 as the right side was 001 red. Trip West left side, Kenny Martin right side. Trip, as Big Jed would say, my partner. Well, at least today anyway. Trip, 612 to dial in. Kenny right side, 694, and Trip is moving on. Kenny's 13 thou red, Trip 44 green, and 609 to 612. He gets away with one there. Everybody gets one. Remember that, Trip. If Spider-Man taught us anything, it's everybody gets one. I think that was actually an internet thing, but whatever. Next pair, left side. I'm assuming that is Heath Phillips. Dials in at 461. Right side, Lance Barella. Dials in at 610. Separating advantage, Barella. Wind light left side though, 25 green. and 561 dead on 0. Gets there first by 7 thou. Lance was 20 on this end. He had 5 thou to work with. And used more than that. He goes 6:11.2 on a 6:10. Tony Contrine and Jesse Williams up now. Tony left side 5:34. J-Dub right side dials in 5:91. Light start J-Dub by 13 thou. Tony moves on to round number next 16 green and 5:31 on the 5:34. Max McLaughlin left side dials in at 698. Right side dials in at 580. Foul advantage goes to Mad Max. Win light Mad Max. 20 green, 698 dead on 4. Gets there first by 24 thou to illuminate the Hill scoreboard. Right side was 31 green and 17 thou above. No good. Billy Simpson and Brad Roberts on track now. Billy left side dials 705. Brad right side dials 567. Winlight Brad Roberts 12 green and 5.666 on a 5.67. He's 4 thou under. Billy Simpson was 13 green. Gets there first by 3 thou to be 8 thou under. Riley Howard left side and Kenny Llewellyn right. Kenny will dial in at 6.55. Riley Cyrus will dial in at 5.62. In trouble, but we'll pull it out. Riley Howard 29 green, 561. He's 4 thou under. Kenny was 007 up front, but 27 thou where the finish line leaves him 9 thou under, and that's worser. Ethan Marr and Blaine Parks. Parks right side dials 635. Marr left side dials 551. Ethan Marr by 002. Blaine moves on 39 green, 635 dead, 0. Greg Howard up next, taking on Mallory Bontrager. Greg left side dials in 632. Mallory right side dials in 589. light start Mallory by 11 thou. Win light Howard 009 green and 6:34 28 thou above the dial in. Maurice Pipkins Jr. and Bobo Marshall. Pipkins on the left dials in at 5:11. Marshall on the right dials in at 6:27. Something was not happy in Maurice Pipkins' machine on the racetrack. He's 0-14, but a tenth above the dial in. Bobo, 46 up front, but manages to get there by 56 thou to be 13 thou above. Ian Dunaway and Tony Farmer up now. Ian left side. Dials in at 6:04. Tony right side dials in at 5:29. Tony's got 200 to work with and will fail. Ian Dunaway, your winner, 24 green, dead on 1, as Tony Farmer was 004, but takes 25 thou over the finish line to be 4 thou under. Chuck Weir and George Atchison up now. George right side dials in at 5:95. Chuck left side dials in at 6:29. Win light Chuck Weir 6:31 and a 6:29. George was 15 up front, but 85 thou above the dial in. Weir 0-10 and gets there first by 66 thou. Next pair, John Blankenship left side dials in 5:31. Right side, Robert Smoots. Smoots will dial in at 5:37. Winlight Robert Smooth 004 green 537 dead on 9 gets their first by 4 thou. Blankenship 23 and 5 thou under. Attention in the pits, I will take double entered dragsters to the lanes for round number 2, please. Best Deal Services box double entered dragsters for Wild Willie Fuel Fragrance round number 2. We will take you to the lanes, please. Double entered dragsters, bring them on around. Tim Guthrie and Curtis Wells. Tim will move on 17 green and 623 on a 619. Curtis 004 red and clicks her off to idle on through. Cameron Fulfer and Greg Biddison up now. Greg right side dials 589. Cameron left side dial 614. Wow. Win light Cameron Fulfer, 17 green. Apparently was holding a bunch because he was kicking a lot down there. Goes 6:14.2, taking 2/10 to do so. Greg had problems in the first 100 feet of his run. 0:54 up front and 6:06 on a 5:89 ain't gonna work. Jody Cernock and Steve Tate up next. Jody left side dials 599. Steve right side dials 642. Cernock, your winner. 021 green and 599. Dead on 9. To get the nod, Steve Tate 011 green and 643 on a 642. He is 6/10 thousandths of a second short. Gus Deathridge and Chauncey Payne up next. Chauncey right side dials 542. Gus left side dials 643. Once again, I need my double inner dragsters to the lanes, please. Double inner dragsters. We need you in the lanes for round number 2. Double entry dragsters. Round 1 and re-entry round winners. We need y'all in the lanes for round number 2. Wheels up launch for Gus. A fun car to watch. Win light Gus Deathridge. 003 green and 644 is 17th out above the dial in. Gets there first by Trip Zip 7. Chauncey was 021. Goes dead on 0, but cannot overcome the reaction time deficit. As James Cook lines up on the right side, he will have a competition single. Regrettably, his opponent was unable to pull around from the lanes, and that's a tough break every time. We hate to see that. Cook dials in 536. Attention to the pits. I will now take all of my dragsters for round number 2. All dragsters for round 2, singles and doubles. All dragsters for best deal services box. Wild Willie, round number 2. We will take you to the lanes, please. Justin Endicott and Chris Edson up now. Chris right side. Dials in at 628. Justin left side, the Bel Air dials in at 597. Separate and win light Edson. Trip Zip perfect green 629 on a 628 gets there first by 12 thou. Endicott 10 up front and 17 thou above. Behind either way you look at it. Kevin Little and Jalen Whitmore up now. Little left side. In the Camaro dials in at 577. Whitmore right side. That is a sweet car to watch. that Jalen Whitmore is wheeling on the racetrack right now. 2 fouls separate them. Win Light Whitmore, 18 green and 649. As Jalen pulls the plug between the cones. 105 the speed, Kevin Little, 20 green. Gets fed at least 50% of 69 foul worth of finish line to be 200 under. Chase Huffman and Jeremy Heffler up now. Chase left side. For accelerated graphics, dials in at 572. Jeremy right side. For best deal services and Pro 1, dials in at 585. Winlight Heffler 008 and a hundred above gets there first by trip zip 1. Huffman was 22 green and 3 thou under. Next pair, Brent Lancaster. Left side dials 550, right side dials in 639. Winlight Lancaster 001 green. Tried to screw it up but didn't. Gets there first by 1/10,000th of a second. To be 39 thou above. Right side 34 green. Dead 6. As Brian Chapman and Daryl Goza approach the starting line. Chapman left side dials 608. Goza right side dials 516. Winlight Chapman 002 green and Winlight Goza 22 green and 1 thou under. Chapman 002 green. But 606 on a 608 got there first by 37 thou, and that was too many thous. Rob Taylor, Gordon Smith. Gordo right side dials in 646 out of Crosby, Texas. Left side, Rob Taylor dials in 535. Green light's a pair. Taylor giving chase. Winlight says he will get there. Rob Taylor 002 green get there first by 21 thou to be 36 thou above. Gordo was 27 green and 649 on a 646. Once again, all dragsters have been called for round number 2. All dragsters have been called for round number 2. Willie Flores, Maverick Mackey, Willie left side dials in 486, Maverick right side dials in 581. Oh boy. Trip, zip, perfect for Mackey, win like Mackey. Reaction timer says 0, 0, 0. He goes dead 2 for a 2-pack. Flores 13 green and had absolutely nothing he could do with it. 487 on a 486. And a losing effort. 21 thou above. Casey Holtzman was 22 up front and 3 Hund off the dial in. Bob Koski and Ty Farmer up now. 501 the dial for Bob. 473 the dial for Ty. Hey, Razors, if you feel that you traveled the furthest distance to get to Xtreme Raceway Park this weekend, head on over to the registration trailer so you can be considered for our RLR Automotive and Diesel Service $500 long distance award. More on that in a second. Win line here goes to Bob Koski, 10 green and 22 thou above. Gets there first by 8 thou. Ty was 32 on this end, dead 8, and was locked out of the conversation. Left side dials 498, right side dials 445. So once again, racers, if you traveled what you feel is a long distance to get here, head on over to the registration trailer, because we have $500 up for grabs courtesy of RLR Automotive and Diesel Service. So head on over to registration if you think you should be considered for that award, and we will certainly take that into consideration and let you know. A little bit later on, 8 thou, separate them on this end. Win light, left side, 18 green, dead on 9. Gets there first by 3 thou. Right side was 10 up front, but 2 Hund above is not going to result in a win light. Rick Huffman, Bart Nelson on track now. Huffman left side. The accelerated graphics ride 470 his dial in, and Bart Nelson. LaPorte, Texas dials in at 471. Light Nelson 17 green 471 9 on a 471. Gets there first by 7 thou. Huffman 18 green right there with him, but 15 thou above ends his chance for continuance on that entry. Kenneth Hill and Mark Powers up now. Hill and left side, the San Antonio, Texas based TNT ride, 489 the dial in. Right side, Mark Powers dials in at 448. Winlight Hill in 004 green and 22 thou above. Gets him there first by Trip Zip 7. Powers 14 on this end and 13 thou above on that end. No good. Peeps Pennington and Kenny Probst. Kenny P right side dials in at 458. Peep Show left side dials in at 464. Peeps Pennington 467 on a 464. Gets there first by 13 thou. It was 014 on this end. Kenny P was 42 up front, and then 21 thou above the island. Cliff Lovelace right side, Cody Moore left side. Moore, the Bigsby, Oklahoma-based Hodge Auto Group ride 453 his dial in, and Cliff Lovelace. Right side of the racetrack from just down the road in Waxahachie, Texas, 453. What he says, he is going to traverse the XRP 1/8 of a mile in. So 453s a pair on the scoreboards. They will leave together. Like right now. Green lights a pair, 8 thou separate them. When light says Cody Moore, 008 green and 26 thou above. Will go down as a baby hole shot. Gets there first by 006. Loveless, 16 green, 455. Dead, or 455, 25 thou above. As he's still 6 thou behind at the finish line. Bryce Self and Bryce Self and Doug Lawrence. Bryce left side, dials in 432. Doug right side, dials in at 476. Win light Bryce Self, 26 green, 433 on a 432. Gets there first by 3 thou. Lawrence, 14 up front and 479 on a 476. Danny Ray Martinez, the Rodney Parks. D-Ray is moving on as Parks is 001 red. Danny Ray 010 and dead on 5. Once again, all cars have been called for Wild Willie Fuel Fragrance round number 2. All cars have been called for round number 2 of our Best Deal Services box category. JJ Cook and Jolie Winger. Winger right side, dials in at 491. Cook left side, dials in at 485. Win light J.J. Cook, 35 green and 25 thou above the dial in. Jolie was 19 green and 489 on a 491. 200 under. Dale Burrow and Casey Swift. Casey, right side of the racetrack, dials in at 507. Dale, left side, dials 479. Separate and win like Casey Swift, 005 green, gets there first by 11 thou. To be dead 2 and 7 total. Burrow 12 up front, dead 7. 19 total, that'll win more than a lose, but it doesn't win that one. Casey moves on, Talon Farmer and Clint White. Talon left side dials in 469. White right side dials in at 465. Dow separating Win Light, Talon Farmer. 007 green, dead on 6. Gets there first by 13 thou. White was 17 on this end. And a Hund above on that end. Behind from gate to gate. Andy Reinfort on the left. We'll dial in at 476. Right side dials in 521. Right side 009 green and 520 on the 521. Owen Duffield left side backing up from the burnout. The Syntex printing ride will dial in at 491. Right side, that's Wayne Welch. Wayne will dial in at 5 flat. Green and 496 on a 491. Wayne 009 red and 5 flat on a 5 flat. Ouch. Tanner Thorpe, Jacob McNeil. Line up now. Tanner left side dials in at 460. McNeil right side dials in at 483. Now Tanner was our winner last night. However, that was on the other entry. So whoever beats Tanner Thorpe on his 4750 entry, if that happens, will receive our Scotty's Racing Transmissions $100 bounty award. Does not play here. The next time around, it could. 3 thou separate him on this end. Advantage Tanner Thorpe, win like Tanner Thorpe. 001 up front. Goes 465 on a 460. Jacob McNeil was 004, but encounters problems between point A and point B and goes through 502 on the 483. Nick Smith, Jesse Williams up now. Nick left side dials 449. J-Dub right side dials 593. The difference, win light Nick Smith. 23 green, 450 on a 449. Good enough is J-Dub. Was 13 up front, but takes 52 thou worth of finish line to be 26 thou under. Brad Taylor and Stephen Lowry. Lowry right side dials in at 4.80 seconds. Brad Taylor left side dials in at 482. 15 green and 2 thou under. Corey Nelson and Rodney Coslow up now. Corey left side dials 506. Coslow right side dials 444. Racers, if you want in the shootout this evening, either one of our compressed air supercharging shootouts, you need to get over to registration. Like right now. As soon as you can. I know you're in competition, but hey. As soon as you make the run, go see him. Coslow, your winner, 004 green and 446 on a 444 as Corey Nelson was 005 red. So, if you want in, or if you are in, if you want in the shootout, you need to go see the lovely ladies at registration right now. Bring those tech cards to registration as well if you are in the shootout or want in the shootout. Either our 20K box shootout or our 5K no box shootout. Both of them brought to you by Compressed Air Supercharging. You need to go see registration right now, please. Rocky McLean left side. Kaylee Phillips right. McLean dials in 467. Phillips right side dials in 473. And like Phillips, 22 green and 475 and a 473 to advance. Attention in the pits, final call. Best Deal Services boxcars for Wild Willie round number 2. Final call, Best Deal Services box. Door cars and dragsters, all remaining boxcars. You have been called to the lanes, and this is your final call for round number 2. Also, I will take no box, round number 3. If you are doubled, please get to the front. No box, round 3, which would be the May Race Carbs round. No box for May Race Carbs round number 3. You have been called, and we need you in the lanes at this time. Ashlyn Risk and Dave Mazier. Mazier right side, Escondido, California, dials in 491. Risk left side, dials in at 476. Away we go. Advantage on this end goes to Ashlyn when light says Ashlyn Risk. 004. 478 on a 476 gets her there by 22 thou. Mazier was 31 on this end and could go absolutely nowhere with it. 493 on a 491. Nathan Martin and Devin Coslow on the racetrack. Nate Dogg left side dials 454. Coslow right side dials 469. And like I said, all cars have been called for round number 2, Best Deal Services box. Final call. Best Deal Services box cars. If you're not here, you are late, y'all. And no box for round number 3. Texas Trailerman, no box for May Race Carbs round number 3. We need you in the lanes, please. Texas Trailerman, no box for May Race Carbs round number 3. We need you in the staging lanes as well. Nate Dogg, 35 green, 462 on a 454. Coslow, 006 red. And proceeds to go 470. Iron Mike Crater and Bobby Gregory. Crater left side, 438. The dial in. Gregory right side, dials 474. Win light Bobby Gregory, 11 green, 475, 17 thou above the dial in. Crater, 39 green, and dead 3. No good. Once again, May Race Carbs, round number 3 for Texas Trailer Man No Box. We need you in the lanes, please. May Race Carbs, round number 3, Texas Trailer Man No Box. We need you in the lanes. No Box, round 3. Bring them on down, please. Toe Baby Marshall and Jackie Jones. Jones right side, 479. Tove left side, dials 484. Winlight Jackie Jones, 003, green, 481 on a 479 as Tove kicks her red by 42 thou and airs it out to go 482. Mike Badeau and Roger Liggett on the racetrack. Liggett right side dials 481. Badeau left side dials 705. Badeau's moving on. Liggett turns her 3 thou red. Badeau 006 green and 705 dead 2. Kendall Little, Jimmy Winger on the starting line. Winger right side dials 467. Little left side dials 482. Moving on, but the car just lost ignition at about 200 feet. Jimmy Winger 002 red. Kendall Little was 004 green, and then it just stopped emitting noise. He pulls over to the side of the racetrack just as you should, and we appreciate that, Kendall. So while it's quiet, I have an interesting parts call. Kind of swinging for the fences, but you never know. So if anyone is out of competition or has a car that is only still in once, because the car can only go down the racetrack twice per round, Charlie Golf is still in competition but has lost oil pressure. So if you want a driver to try to work something out with, and I know Charlie, he will happily work with you on getting some sort of profit and recognition for the rest of the day, Charlie Golf would really appreciate the opportunity to jump into something right now. He is still in competition, but he is currently without a vehicle. So if you would like to offer that, please either come to the front of the tower. That would probably be ideal, and let me know. So if you have a race car that is either out of competition or only in on one entry and you would like to offer that up to a racer in need, come see me in the front of the tower and I will get you put in touch with Mr. Charlie Golf, and y'all can talk amongst yourselves and work things out. So Kendall Little will move on, but they're going to have a little work to do as we have to go retrieve Kendall from the left side of the left lane. All of round 2, Best Deal Services box has been called, and Texas Trailer Man no box, round number 3, you have been called to the lanes. And while it's quiet, we're just going to reiterate some of our race procedures here, as is typically the case. If you stage the race car, or pre-stage as the case is, if you roll into the stage beams, you accept your run. If there is an issue with your dial-in, your opponent's dial-in, anything, once you stage the race car, you own that run exactly as it stands. If you have a problem, the time to address that is before you roll up to the starting line. So, once you stage the race car, you accept all conditions of your run. Of course, it is your responsibility to ensure that. So once again, May Race Carbs, round number 3 for Texas Trailer Man no box. You have been called. Round 3 no box. We need you in the lanes at this time. Left side dials 473 as we are back underway. Left side 473, right side Dennis Lithgow dials in at 461. Attention in the pits. Macy Jones, we need to see you at registration, please. Macy Jones, if you could please report to registration as soon as possible. Macy Jones, they need you at registration. Also need Dale Burrow at registration. Macy Jones and Dale Burrow. We need to see both of you at registration, please. Macy Jones and Dale Burrow. We need y'all at registration. Red, white, left side by 2 foul. Dennis Lithgow moves on. 004 green, 462 on a 461. Justin Frost and Don Baker up next. Justin left side dials 452. Don right side dials 482. Win light Justin Frost 44 green, 453 on a 452. As Don Baker was 001 but gave it back by 9 foul, 488 on a 482. Oopsie. Josh Barrow and Philip Pennington up now. Josh left side of the racetrack, dials in at 486. Phillip, right side, dials 467. Our current leader for our $500 long distance award, brought to you by RLR Automotive and Diesel Service. Our current leader for that is Indianapolis. So if you have traveled further than Indy to be here, head to registration, please. If you've traveled further than Indy, head to registration. Bravo 9 foul. Red Philip Pennington moves on 11 green. And 25 thou under. Kevin Thorpe and Rick Huffman on the starting line. Thorpe left side, dials 462. Huffman right side, dials 470. Separating advantage, Kevin Thorpe. Win light, Rick Huffman. 19 green, 470 dead on 2. Gets there first by 8 thou. Thorpe was 009 on this end, but 200 above on that end. And that's too much above. Left side, the night moves. Matt musical race car dials in at 519. Right side dials in 489. Win light to the Jones ride. 519 on a 519. Dead on 8. 19 green on this end. Your winner on that end. Right side, 45 green and 13 thou above. Brandon Justice, right. Micah Mann, left. Micah dials in 476. Justice dials in at 492. Win light Brandon Justice, 001 green, 497 on 492. Got there first by 2,000. Man was 16 up front and 479 on a 476. Kenneth Hillen and Bart Nelson on the racetrack. 489 the dial for Kenneth. 471 the dial for Bart. Attention to the pits. Parts call. If you have a Jessel intake rocker for an 18-degree Big Duke head Big Block Chevrolet 1.85 ratio rocker, Kevin Little would really appreciate that right now. As Kenneth Hillen will advance 007 green, 487 on a 489. Bart let go 6,000ths of a second too early and ends that campaign. Once again, parts call for a Jessel intake rocker for an 18-degree Big Duke head Big Block Chevrolet 1.85 ratio rocker. If you have that, please come and let us know, or go let Kevin Little know and he will happily appreciate that. Cody Moore, Bob Henry. Cody left side dials 455. Bob right side dials 447. Win like Cody Moore, 008 green and 456 is 14 thou above the dial in. Bob was not 008. 029. 447.8 on a 447 dial-in. Danny Ray Martinez and Bryce Self. Self, right side of the racetrack, 433. The number on Bryce's dial-in board. And Danny Ray, left side of the equation, dials in 482. One thou. Bryce Self moves on. 15 green and 13 thou above. Hey racers, if you pre-ordered shirts, Paige says you have until 7 p.m. to pick them up. If you pre-ordered t-shirts for this weekend, you have until 7 p.m. today to pick them up, or they will be made available to the public. So if you pre-ordered shirts and you want to secure them, you need to go to registration and take care of that before 7 p.m., after which point they will become available to the public. Andy Rhinefort, Kristen Baker. Baker right side dials 509. Rhinefort left side dials 477. He's moving on, 475 and a 477. Kristen Baker was 004 on the wrong side. And then goes 1 thou under. Kenny Probst and Dale Burrow. Kenny P left side dials 458. Burrow right side dials 479. Twin light Kenny P 007 green, 458 dead on 8. To advance, Dale Burrow 13 green. Gets there first by 6 thou. And is 6 thou under. Peep Spennington and Ty Farmer on the starting line. Peep Show left side, dials 465. Ty right side, dials 473. Red light start, Pete Spennington by 4 thou. Ty moves on 13 green. And 472 on a 473. JJ Cook and Doug Lawrence. Lawrence right side dials 478. JJ left side dials 486. Cook is 3 thou red. And in the words of Chris Monahan, he is going to be banging his head against the ticket booth. Kenny P is 128 up front and is advancing to round number next. JJ, 003 red, 487 on a 486. Kenny, dead late, and 484 on the 478. Bob Koski, Talon Farmer. Koski left side. Dials in at 502. Farmer right side. Dials in at 469. Winlight Koski, 14 green, 502 on a 502. He's dead 6, gets there first by 4 thou. Talon was 22 on this end and dead 3 on that end. Owen Duffield and Casey Holtzman. Holtzman, right side of the racetrack, dials in at 484. And Owen Duffield. Left side of the equation, for Syntex Printing, dials in at 493. Winlight Casey Holtzman, 007, and dead 3, 10 total. Owen, 39 on this end, and 491 on a 493. Sure didn't help much. Casey moves on. Nick Smith and Brad Taylor. Nick left side dials 450. Brad Taylor right side dials 482. Winlight Taylor, 31 up front, 483 is 13 thou above the dial in and gets there first by 8 thou. Nick Smith was 32, but 452 on a 450 ends that entry. So our final pair of Wild Willie Fuel fragrances, round number 2, Tanner Thorpe versus Rocky McLean. Now Tanner Thorpe, this is, in fact, the entry that he won our Pro 1 Friday Gamblers race on, which would mean our $100 Scotty's Racing Transmissions Bounty Award is in play. If Rocky McLean can manage to make that work. The Rock 2, right side of the racetrack, 470 his dial in. Tanner on the left, dials in at 461 as they bump into the stage beams to cap off round number 2. I don't think you're going to get the bounty award, Rocky. Oh, but you do. 19 green double breakout drag race. Rocky McLean is under by less. 468.9 on a 470 dial in. He is 100 above .0. 10 thou to be 100 above .1. So by 1 thou, Rocky McLean moves on and collects our $100 bounty award courtesy of Scotty's Racing Transmission. So congratulations, Rocky. Justin Cervantes and John Morgans to kick us off in no box. Justin left side, 0:51. Reaction time, and John Morgans, 0:23 on this end, win like Morgans. 5:75, dead 5. Gets there first by 26 thou to light up the scoreboard and advance to round number next. Jake Howard won the last pair, 669 and 660, and that will bring up Joe Boner and Steve Morris. Joe left side dials in at 570, Morris right side dials in at 614. Winlight Joe Boner 97 green, and 568 and 570 is Steve Morris, is 13 thou red. Max McLaughlin and Rob Castile, Mad Max left side, 711 the dial in, Rob right side dials in at 703. Red light start, Max McLaughlin by 28 thou. Rob will move on. Rob goes 710 to 703. Once again, attention in the pits. I need Macy Jones to report to registration, please. Macy Jones. They need to see you briefly at registration. Macy Jones, if you could please report to registration at this time. Slade Brown and Jacob Pitt on the racetrack. Slade left side, dials in at 581. Jacob right side, dials in at 571. Slade Brown 15 green and 580. On the 581, Jacob Pitt was 25 thou on the red side. Goes dead 9, but it doesn't matter. Daryl Patton up next. Left side dial 626, right side the motorcycle dials 586. Green lights appear. Advantage on this end goes to Patton. Win light will go to the motorcycle. He is 70 green and 587, only 586. Daryl was 18 on the Christmas tree, but 73 thou worth of finish line. Leave him 5 thou under. Steve Watson and Jason Ram on track now. Watson left dial 616, and Jason Ram, the motorcycle, dials 553. Light Steve Watson. 19 green and dead 4. Aaron Jones and Bryce Hatfield on the racetrack. Jones dials in 642. Hatfield dials in 609. Attention in the pits. I will take my double entry door cars to the lanes, please, for round number 3. Double entry door cars. For May Race Cars, round number 3. Best Deal Services, Top Bulb, double entry door cars. We will take you to the lanes, please, for May Race Cars, round number 3. Winlot Bryce Hatfield 612 on a 609, 004 up front. And gets there first by 004. Billy Talbot and Danny Hatfield. Billy left side. Dials in 634 and will advance. 637 on a 634. Danny was 18 on the red side and then goes 630. Ronnie Spear, Terry Allen Spear, left side, dials in at 580. Terry right side, dials in at 536. Winlight Terry Allen, 19 green, 538 on a 536. As Ronnie was 66 on the green side and 39th out above the dial in. Sambo, Tyra, and Cameron Fulfer up now. Sambo left side of the racetrack dials in at 567. Cameron right side dials in at 613. Sambo, your winner, 24 green and 567 0 dead 0. Cameron was 13 red and airs it out to go 610. Your next pair. Your next pair, J.R. Wallace left side, 614 the dial in, right side dial 625. Potentially eating that away. Your winner is going to be J.R. Wallace, 62 green and 18 thou above the dial in. Jeremy Casey and John Moggins. Casey left side dials 636. Moggins right side dials 575. Winlight Jeremy Casey, 638 on a 636. 23 green up front, gets there first by 17,000. Stephen Lowry and Justin Cervantes up now. Lowry left side dials in at 671. Cervantes right side dials in at 657. Lowry trying to prove to JC, Sonny, and frankly myself that and Blair. Can't forget Blair. Well, Blair, he's off to a good start. Top end, win light, Stephen Lowry, double 01 green and 672 on a 671 gets him 11 thou worth of finish line. Cervantes was 41 up front and mathematically ineligible to do anything with it. Brian Day and Robin Banks. Robin Banks. They continue to get me with these. Robin Banks. I swear to you. And it's Bird. Bird. That's two. At least this one wasn't so bad. This one, yeah, this one's acceptable. I'm not even mad about this one. It'll be on the internet within 5 minutes, though. Bird Jones, right side, 528. The dial in at Brian Day dials in at 701. Attention to the pits, parts call. We have for Jacob McNeil, parts call. Jacob McNeil needs 2 triple valve springs and a spring puller. Jacob McNeil needs 2 triple valve springs and a spring puller. If you have that, either let Jacob know or come see us in front of the timing tower. We will get you in touch with him. So Brian Day and Bird wins 041 green and 531 on a 528. B-Day 11 up front, but 69 thou worth of finish line leaves him 6 thou under. Jake Howard and Lance Love pulling through the water. Lance right side dials in at 674. Jake left side dials in at 660. So Jake Howard, Lance Love. Pre-stage bulbs are lit. Lance is in, Jake's in, away we go. Red light start, Lance Love by 15 thou. Jake will come back 33 green and 659.8 on the 660 dial it. Attention in the pits, all box door cars. We will take you to the lanes, please, for round number 3. All box door cars. For May Race Carbs, round number 3, we will take you in the lanes, all box door cars, singles and doubles. For May Race Carbs, round number 3, we will take you in the lanes at this time as Sambo Tyra and Joe Boner. Line up on the racetrack. Joe right side dials in at 569. Sambo left side dials in at 567. In Sambo's pocket, but he will not take advantage of it. Joe Boner was 64 green and 570 on a 569. Sambo 10 up front, but 700 worth of finish line leaves him 5 thou under the dial in. And Brian Chapman, right side, your buy, run 608 his dial in. And I have called all box door cars to the staging lanes. Best deal services, box door cars for Bay Race Carbs round number 3. Singles and doubles, you have been called, and we will happily accommodate you in the staging lanes at this time. Chapman breaks the beams and just idles on through. 10 up front. And 1423 at 29 miles an hour. So while we have a second out there and we're doing a little bit of sweeping on the track surface before we get into May Race Carbs round number 3 of Best Deal Services box, Paige is in the tower with me right now, and we are going to pick our lucky 8 competitors that have been unlucky so far today. So, courtesy of KC Clean, Soft Wash, and Power Washing, 8 randomly selected racers that lost both first round and the re-entry round. Sorry, Blair, you turned on one too many win lights today. Will receive a second chance, and they will race for $500 to win 8 cars, and she's live on the Facebook doing that right now. It costs you absolutely nothing, and everyone's going to walk away with something. So, really cool deal. Really happy to have Casey Clean on board for that and helping us do what we do here. And Paige, are we ready? For any power washing needs, you give them a call, obviously. So Paige is currently refreshing the list of car numbers on random.org. We're going to refresh it 3 times because for whatever reason, someone generations ago did that one time, and now that's what you have to do on random.org. Okay. So we'll pull the top 8 plus 8 alternates. And we have your car numbers here. So listen up. If you hear your car number, go to registration. Go to registration. Our top 8. Car number 444. Car number M as in Mary, 433. Car number 416W. Car number N as in November, 410. Car number 496DX as in Delta X-ray. Car number 4729. Car number 4225. And car number HX60 as in Hotel X-ray 60. You said 8 alternates?
Yes,
So those are the ones that are in, and we'll do 8 alternates as well, just in case any of those 8 either cannot or do not wish to participate in the Casey Clean Second Chance race. Our 8 alternates: 406Z, 2X05, 438N, 400L, 79CA, 4261, LX1, and 2X43. That is live on Facebook, or you can replay the Motor Mania feed and hear the list of car numbers, but the first 8 of those are guaranteed a spot, if they wish, in our Casey Clean Second Chance race. The second 8 listed are the alternates. Either way, go and see the ladies at registration. And if your car number was listed. Parts call, once again, we need a MagnaFuel 500 fuel pump. Brian Chapman would be very appreciative if you have one. A MagnaFuel 500 fuel pump. Brian Chapman, if you have one, go see Chappie or see us in the front of the lanes or in front of the tower. Also, need a valve spring puller for T&D. If you have a valve spring puller for a T&D setup, same thing. Go find Josh Burrow or come see us. Valve spring puller for a T&D. Next up, here we go. Jody Cernock and Jeremy Heffler will kick us off here in Best Deal Services box. Jody left side. Dials in at 598. Jeremy Heffler dials in at 586. And here we go. Winlight Helfler 004 green 587 on a 586. Gets there first by 27 thou. Cernock was 26 on this end. And 2 above on that end. Gus Deathridge and Chad Hankins. Gus left side dials in 643. Chad right side dials in 536. Attention in the pits. If the owner of car number 0x07 could also report to registration, that would be fantastic, please. Car number 0x07, please report to the registration trailer. Win light there goes to Chad Hankins, 537 on a 536. He's 18 on this end. Gus was 008 on this end, but by 8 thou, he's behind at the finish line to go 646 on a 643. Kenny White and Cliff Lovelace up now. Kenny left side dial 622. Cliff right side dials 587. Oi. Win like Kenny White, 33 green, 624 and a 622. Cliff Lovelace had 23 thou in his pocket, but goes 591 and a 587, gets a thou behind at the finish line. And Kenny will move on. Mike Badeau, Brad Roberts. Mike left side dials 705. Brad Roberts dials 566. Win light, bad slow, 705 on a 705. 11 green. Brad Roberts, 007 on the red side. And 22 thou. Above Chuck Weir and Chase Huffman on the starting line now. Weir left side in the wagon, dials in 629. Huffman, the accelerated graphics Camaro, dials in at 572. Separate them. Win light Weir, 007 green, dead on 1 to be 8 total. Huffman, 005 green, gets there first by 5 thou to be 2 thou under. Chad Sandlin and Jacob Pitt up next. Sandlin dials 617, Pitt dials 566. Win light Jacob Pitt, 16 green, 568 on a 566. Sandlin was 28 green. He sprayed, he slid, he got behind, it didn't work. 619 on a 617. Brent Lancaster and Daryl Goza up now. Lancaster left side, the Rudd Racing Engines Chevrolet Nova, dials in at 551. Goza right side, dials in at 516. One light Lancaster, 13 green, dead on 8 to get the nod. Daryl Goza, 19 on this end, and 6 thou under. Trip West and Rob Taylor. Quick Trip, left side, dials 611. Rob Taylor, right side, dials 536. Winlight Taylor 004 green and 536 dead on 0. That would be 4 total either way you look at it. Trip 009 on this end and ineligible. Vince Hernandez, Blaine Parks. Parks right side, dial 635. Hernandez left side, dial 662. Winlight Hernandez 22 green and dead on 2. Parks was 001 on the red side. And that don't work. Riley Howard and Bobo Marshall. Bobo right side, dials 630. Riley left side, dials 561. Attention in the pits. Final call door cars. You should be here at this time. Final call door cars. For May race cars round number 3 to the staging lanes, please. Final call door cars to the lane. Winlight Riley Howard 17 green and 562 on a 561. Gets there first by 39 thou. Bobo was 33 up front and 633 on a 630. Melvin Goss, Michael Rudd on the starting line. Rudd for Rudd Racing Engines. Right side of the racetrack, 545 the dial in. Left side, Melvin Goss dials in at 498. Winlight, Melvin Goss, 499 on a 498, 17 green on this end. 26 thou in front on that end. Michael Rudd was 51 on the Christmas tree, goes dead 9, but it is not enough. It sure looked pretty though. Greg Howard and Randy Tanksley. Greg left side will dial in at 632. Tanksley right dials in at 621. Winlight Tanksley 12 green and 621 dead one. Greg Howard is 14th thou red. Tim Guthrie and James Cook on the racetrack. And attention in the pits. At this time, I will take double entered Draxers to the lanes, please. Double entered Draxers. We need you to the staging lanes at this time. Double entered Draxers. We need you. And we need you now, please. The win light is going to go to Bubba Roy as Charlie got timed out. Bubba 674 or 574 on a 574. Tough break for Charlie, but I mean, as you know, every car bumps a little bit differently, and unfortunately, it's one of them things that can happen occasionally. Next up, Donnie Evilsizer and Maverick Mackey. Evilsizer is 2000 red, Mackey 32 green, and 578 on a 580 dial-it. Next pair, left side, dials in at 614. Right side, Jalen Whitmore, dials in at 644. Win light, says Jalen Whitmore. 18 green, dead 9. Gets there first by 21 thou left side. Plus 32 on this end and 17 thou above. Tony Contrain and Ian Dunaway. Ian, right side of the racetrack, dials in at 6:03. Tony, left side, dials in at 5:31. Separate them, win light, Tony. 001 green and 531 dead 2. To B, 3 total, gets there first by 27 thou. Ian was 003 on this end and 605 on a 603 is not enough. Next up, Heath Phillips and Julie DeBon. Phillips left side, 561 the number, and Julie right side. Dials in 639. Attention to the pits. I will now take all dragsters to the lanes, please. All dragsters, singles and doubles. We will take you to the staging lanes for May Race Carbs round number 3. Best Deal Services, box dragsters, singles and doubles. We will take you to the staging lanes for round number 3, please. Winlight Julie 022 green and 641 on a 639, as left side was 001 on the red side and 564 on a 561. Once again, all dragsters, you have been called. All dragsters, singles and doubles. For round number 3, we need you in the lanes. All dragsters, singles and doubles. We will take you in the lanes at this time. Cameron Fulfer and Max McLaughlin. Mad Max, right side of the racetrack, dials in at 698. Fulfer left side, dials in at 612. Winlight Max 007 green and 702. On the 698 dial in, Cameron Fulfer was 023 on this end, but takes 32 thou worth of finish line to go 611 on the 612. He's under by 3 thou. Max is good by 4.5. Hund, Jody Cernock, and Gus Deathridge make their way through the water. Jody on the left dials in at 599. Gus on the right dials in at 643. Green light prepare, win light, Jody Cernock. 17 green and dead on 7. Gets him there by 22 thou. Gus was 41 on this end, dead 5. No chance, Bob Koski and Rob Taylor. Rob right side of the racetrack, dials in 535. Bob left side dials in at 502 as our dragsters start to filter in to our pairs. Speaking of dragsters, all dragsters have been called for round number 3. All dragsters, singles and doubles. You should be in the lanes at this time. Dragsters, singles and doubles. You should be in the lanes. Win light here is going to go to Bob Koski. 005 on this end and 503 on a 502. He's 18 thou above. and gets there first by 18 thou. Rob, 17 green and 537 on a 535. He's 200 above and behind either way you look at it. Kenneth Hillen and Brandon Justice up now. Kenneth left side dials in at 489. Brandon Justice dials in at 492. We are in May Race Carbs round number 3 of Best Deal Services box here on beautiful compressed air supercharging Saturday. Away we go, double red, but Kenneth left second. Kenneth will move on, 008 red, 487 on a 489. Justice was 006 red, but he was a slower car, 493 on a 492. Kenneth Hillen moves on, and Bryce Self and Jackie Jones approach the starting line. Bryce left side dials in 434. Jackie right side dials in 481. Bryce is red by 4 thou. Jackie's trip zip perfect and 15 thou above. So Jackie will move on. Bryce Self 433 on a 434, but 004 on the red side ends his campaign. And Cody Moore and Bart Nelson will be your next pair. Cody left side, Bigsby, Oklahoma, 456, his dial in. And Bart Nelson, right side of the racetrack, LaPorte, Texas, dials in at 471. Red light start, Bart Nelson by trip zip 4. Cody Moore was 001 on this end and holding 22 thou on that end. Bart was trip zip 4 red and 470 on a 471. Side is moving on. 001 green and 499 2 to be 3 total. Next up, left side dials 501. Right side, Casey Swift dials 507. Left side didn't get it staged all the way, and it rocked back when it went onto the trans brake. Right side, Casey Swift is your winner. 006 green and 507 dead on 8 to advance. Dennis Lithgow and Talon Farmer complete the burnouts. Attention in the pit area. I need the following people to report to registration like right now. In the no box shootout category, I need Megan Brown, Casey Baugh, Bobby Knox, Steve Morris, Aaron Jones, Justin Cervantes, John Upchurch, Daryl Patton, Blair McNutt, Jason Ram, C&D Racing, J.J. Cook, Randall Vineyard, Joe Boner, Jonathan Moggins, Sambo Tyra, Jake Howard, Bobo Marshall, and Jalen Whitmore. If your name was just said, you need to go to registration at this time. I'll read again here momentarily, but right now, Dennis Lithgow left side dials 463, Talon Farmer right side dials 469. Away we go. 4 foul separator advantage. Farmer, Winlight, Talon Farmer, 15 green, dead on 3, 18 total. Dennis Lithgow was 19 up front and mathematically ineligible. 462.5 on a 463, taking 5 thousandths worth of stripe. Peeps Pennington Peeps Pennington and Doug Lawrence up now. Doug right side dials 478. Peeps left side dials 463. Attention in the pits. Final call, round number 3. All cars have been called. Doors, dragsters, singles, and doubles. You have all been called to the lanes. Final call for May Race Carbs, round number 3. If you're not here, you are late. Final call, round 3. We need you, and we need you now. Winlight Peeps Pennington 006, dead on 8 to light up the fill scoreboard. Kenny Probst was 001. Doug Lawrence, was 001 and 477 on a 478 under by 8 thou. Andy Reinfort and Casey Holtzman. Andy left side dials 475. Casey right side dials 482. Winlight Holtzman 482, dead on 8. He's 001 up front, making him 9 total. Reinfort was 004 red and 476 on a 475. Danny Ray Martinez next up on the left side of the racetrack, dials in at 482. Right side dials in at 519. Winlight right side 18 green and 5222 on a 519. Danny Ray was 18 on the red side and 483 on the 482. Bobby Gregory and Kenny Probst back up from the burnouts. KP right side will dial in at 459. Bobby left side dials in at 474. Attention in the pits. I also need the following people to go to registration for the box shootout: Tove Marshall, JJ Cook, Mallory Bontrager, Kevin Martin, John Steppen, Chase Huffman, Winlight Bobby Gregory, 12 green, 476 on a 474. KP was 55 on this end and wasting race fuel. 459, dead 8, no chance. Tanner Thorpe and Rodney Coslow up now. Like I was saying, I need the following people to registration for the box shootout to handle your business. Box shootout: Tove Marshall, JJ Cook, Mallory Bontrager, Kevin Martin, John Steppen, Chase Huffman, Bird Jones, or Robin Banks, or whatever you're going by this round. Brent Lancaster, Bart Nelson, Dale Burrow, Kaylee Phillips, Chuck Weir, Kevin Little, Kendall Little, Peeps Pennington, Philip Pennington, and Michael Rudd. I will reiterate these in a minute, but right now, Tanner Thorpe on the racetrack left side dials 459. Rodney Coslow right side dials 446. Unlike Coslow, 001 green and 447 on a 446. Tanner was 011 red. And clicks are off from there. We're going to check a few things on the racetrack real quick while it's quiet. We will go over our shootout lists one more time. In the box side, the following people need to go to registration: Tove Marshall, J.J. Cook, Mallory Bontrager, Kevin Martin, John Steppen, Chase Huffman, Bird Jones, Brent Lancaster, Bart Nelson, Dale Burrow, Kaylee Phillips, Chuck Weir, Kevin Little, Kendall Little, Peeps Pennington, Philip Pennington, and Michael Rudd. On the no box side, I need these following group of people to go to registration: Megan Brown, Casey Baugh, Bobby Knox, Steve Morris, Aaron Jones, Justin Cervantes, John Upchurch, Daryl Patton, Blair McNutt, Jason Ram, C&D Racing, J.J. Cook, Randall Vineyard, Joe Boner, Jonathan Moggins, Sambo Tyra, Jake Howard, Bobo Marshall, and Jalen Whitmore. If I just read your name, you need to go to registration at this time to handle what you need to handle for our compressed air supercharging shootouts, which will take place later this evening. We're back underway. Maverick Mackey on the right side will dial in at 579. Mike Badeau on the left will dial in at 705. Separate them up front when the light will shine for Maverick Mackey. 16 green, 578 on a 579. He's 5 thou under. Mike Badeau was 014 on this end. Gets there first by 5 thou to be 9 thou under. So Mackey moves on. Rick Huffman and Kaylee Phillips up now. Huffman left side dials in at 470. Kaylee right side dials in at 474. Attention in the pits. I will take my no box cars for Burrow Motorsports round number 4 to lanes 1 and 2, please. No box, round number 4. We need you back. Trailer, Texas Trailer Man, no box. We need you in the lanes for round 4 at this time, please. Rick Huffman going to turn on the wind light. 23 green and 23 thou above. Gets there first by 1 thou. Kaylee was 038 and 475 on a 474. Justin Frost and Stephen Lowry on the starting line. Justin left side. Haslett, Texas will dial in at 453, and Stephen Lowry. Right side of the racetrack, the Crockett, Texas contestant dials in at 480. This one's over. Winlight Lowry, 20 green and 481 on a 480 as Justin Frost either had an extra digit in the crossover or forgot to let go. North of 100 up front and 453 dead 8. Airs it out. Lowry will come back as I guess he lifted a little bit. Philip Pennington and Brandon Justice up next. Pennington left side dials 465. Justice right side dials 493. Brandon Justice as Phillip is 7th thou on the red side. Justice 13 green and 489 on a 493. Nick Smith and JJ Cook up next. Nick left side dials in at 451. Right side, JJ Cook dials in at 488. Nick Smith, 32 green, 451.3 on a 451. JJ Cook, 25 green and 487 on a 488. Owen Duffield and Ashlyn Risk up next. Owen left side dials 490. Ashlyn right side dials 476. Once again, I have called Texas Trailer Man, no box of the lanes for Burrow Motorsports round number 4. No box, singles and doubles. You have been called to the lanes for round number 4. And coming back in no box, Stephen Lowry, you are our wait and see buy run. So Stephen Lowry, you are our wait and see buy in no box. And I need all of no box, if you're still in competition, to come on back to the lanes, please. Red light start, Owen Duffield. He's 4th out red. Ashlyn was 35 green and 474 and a 476. Owen, 4th out on the red side and 491 on a 490. I'm assuming Bird Jones left side, 518 the number. Brad Taylor right side. Dials 482. Absolute last and final call for round number 3. Final call for box round 3. We're about to pull the buy car, and if you are not here, you are late. Final call, round 3, box cars. Left side, your winner, 21 green, or 006 green, goes 521 on a 518, gets there first by 002. Brad Taylor, also 006 green, but 33 thou above the dial-in. Rocky McLean and Kendall Little. Kendall jumping into one of the Night Moves cars. So obviously was unable to get his vehicle fixed after it went silent in the last round of eliminations, but his win light came on. Kendall's over in the right. He dials 479. Rocky's in the left. He dials 469. Here we go. 10 foul. Separate them up front. Win light McLean. 12 green, 472 on a 469. Gets there first by 13 thou. Kendall, 22 up front and 482 on a 479. Kenneth Hillen and Bryce Self up next. Hillen left side dials 489. Self right side dials 434. Win light Bryce Self, 35 green and 4 thou under. Kenneth was 009. And 4th thou under as well. And by 3/10,000th of a second, Bryce Self is less under. Bob Koski and Cody Moore on track now. Cody right side dials 456. Bob left side dials 502. Separating advantage, Koski, win light, Koski, 10 green. 7th thou under the dial in, Cody Moore was 14 green. Gets there first by 4 thou to be 16th thou under as our final car of round number 3 pulls through the water. So Chris Edson will get the buy run here. 628, the number on his dial-in board. He will line up on the right side of the racetrack as that concludes round number 3 of our box category. We are missing 4 no box cars. No box, missing 4 of you. If you're not in the lanes, you are going to need to get there right now. We are pulling you around the corner as we speak, and if you're not there, well, sorry. Texas Trailer Man, no box, 4, Burrow Motorsports, round 4. You have been called, all of you. We are only missing a few. No box cars, you have been called, and you should be here at this time. You know, I don't care what anyone says. I will always love the sound of a throttle stop car. Edson 005 green and a 7th thou under. That concludes the May race cars round number 3. Burrow. And here we go with our Burrow Motorsports round number 4 no box cars. Your first pair, Sambo Tyra and Bryce Hatfield. Sambo left side of the racetrack will dial in at 565. Bryce right side dials in at 611. Absolute last and final call, no box cars. If you're not here, you're late and you are about to get left behind. Final call, no boxcars. If you're not here, well, you definitely should be. Final call, no box, to the lanes. Well, that's pretty salty. 7th thou separate them. Win light Bryce Hatfield. 002 green and 13th thou worth of finish line. Gets him 200 above the dial in. Sambo is 009 on this end. 567.6 on a 567.5 is not good enough. Bryce Hatfield moves on. Slade Brown and Joe Boner up next. Slade, left side of the racetrack, dials in at 582. Joe, right side, dials in at 569. Separate them. Win light says Boner. 24 green, 569.0. On a 569 dial in, I am looking at 4 zeros in the finish margin column going Joe Boner's way. Slade was 29 on this end and 5 thou under the dial in a breakout effort as Billy Talbot and David Ball come up. Attention in the pit area. I will take my double entered box door cars for round number 4 to the lanes, please. Double entered box door cars. I need you in the lanes at this time for Burrow Motorsports round number 4. Best Deal Services box door car double entries. We need you in the lanes. Winlight Billy Talbot 637 on a 636. David Ball 591 on a 587. Billy moves on. Jeremy Casey and Rob Castile on the starting line. Rob right side dials in 703. Jeremy left side dials in 636. Winlight Jeremy Casey 52 green, 643 on a 636. Rob Castile was 77 on the Christmas tree. And over a 10th off the dial in eliminates him from competition. Jeremy moves on. Jake Howard and John Moggins up next. Jake left side 660, the number on his scoreboard. And John Moggins, Park City, Kansas, right side of the racetrack, dials in at 576. Once again, box door cars, double entries. We need you in the lanes, please. Box door car, double entries. We need you in the lanes for round number 4. Jake Howard, 008 red. John Moggins is moving on. It's 15 red behind him. And 616 clicking it off on a 576. Steve Watson and Terry Allen on the racetrack. 6:15 the dial for Steve. Terry Allen dials 536 on the right. Final call, no box and box door cars. We need you to the lanes, please. Box door cars. We will now take all of you. Box door cars, singles and doubles. We need you in the lanes, please. Box door cars. We need you in the lanes at this time for Burrow Motorsports round number 4. Win light Terry 537 on a 536-17 green. Gets there first by 23 thou. Steve 618 on a 615. Not gonna work. Next pair left side dial 615. Right side Brian Chapman dial 608. To separate them. Chapman's perfect. Chapman's moving on. Trip zip green 611 on a 608. Gets there first by 3 thou. Left side was 40 on the Christmas tree. Dead on 1. It is not enough to make up for it. Chapman moves on. The few remaining no box cars for round number 4 are in the lanes. If you are in no box and have not yet made it to the lanes, you are extremely late. Final for real, y'all. Final call. No box to the lanes for round 4. And Best Deal Services, Top Bulb box door cars. Singles and doubles, we need you in the lanes as well. Top Bulb door cars, singles and doubles, we need you in the lanes at this time. So our two remaining pairs of Texas Trailer Man no box cars pull under the suites. Our Best Deal Services box door cars are back in the lanes getting ready as we speak. And that being said, all of my box door cars should be in the lanes. All box door cars should be in the lanes, please. All box door cars, singles and doubles, if you are still in competition in round number 4, you should be in the lanes at this time. Attention in the pit area, if you are an alternate for the box shootout, please report to registration. If you were on the alternate shootout list for our compressed air supercharging 64 car $20,000 box shootout, you should head to registration at this time. If you're on the alternate list, same goes to our no box side. If you want in, come to registration. If you want in either of our shootouts, come to registration. Left side dials 530, Jackie Jones in the dragster. Right side, Joe Boner dials 568. Here we go. Oh boy. Win Light Jones 22 green, 537 on a 530. Joe Boner 83 up front, dead 9, no good. Jones closes it up to 110 thou, and we'll move on. Your final pair. Final pair of no boxes on the starting line, left side, Stephen Lowry. The Crockett, Texas-based Mustang will dial in at 672. He looks to his right and sees Jake Howard. Howard, right side of the racetrack. 660 is the number on the Elder Chrysler Dodge scoreboard. They are pre-staged as they bring them up on the converter. Steven's in. Jake's in. Green lights up here. Howard with a slight advantage, and Jake Howard will move on. 18 green, dead 6, takes 13 thou to light up the board. Stephen Lowry was 25 on this end, and 12 thou. Our box door cars have kicked off. At this time, I will take double entry dragsters to the lanes, please. Double entry dragsters. For Best Deal Services box double entry dragsters, we need you. We need you now. Jody Cernock and Chad Hankins. Jody left side dials 599. Chad right side dials 536. Winlight Chad Hankins 25 green and 537 on a 536 is good enough. Cernock 39 green and 599 on a 599 is 7 thou behind. at the finish line. Melvin Goss and Maverick Mackey. Mackey right side, 578. Goss left side, 497. Red light start, Maverick Mackey by trip, zip 8. Melvin Goss moves on. He's 15 thou red behind him, but it doesn't matter. 499 on a 497. Will advance. Maverick's done. Your next pair, Kenny White and Jeremy Heffler. Kenny left side, 622. His dial in. Jeremy Heffler right side dials 586. Attention in the pits. I need all my dragsters to the lanes, please. All dragsters, if you're still in round number 4, we need you back in the lanes, please. All dragsters, singles and doubles, please report to the staging lanes at this time. One light, Heffler, 592 on a 586, 19 up front. Got there first by 32 thou. Kenny White was 76 on this end and 36 thou above. Brent Lancaster and Rob Taylor. Next up, Rob right side dials 537. Brent left side dials 552. Winlight Taylor 12 green, 536 on a 537. Lancaster is red by 11 thou and goes dead on 2. Vince Hernandez and Jalen Whitmore. Jalen right side. .644, Jalen's dial in. Vince left side. Dials in at 662. Winlight Whitmore 001 green and 6447. On a 644 is 8 total. Got there first by 13 thou. Vince Hernandez is 662.7 on a 662, but he was 14 thou slower on the reaction time. So there's your difference. Bubba Roy and Jacob Pitt. Bubba left side dials 574. Jacob right side dials 567. Jacob Pitt is 009 red and hide the sharp objects. Bubba Roy was 211 on the Christmas tree and is moving on. 573 on a 574. Jacob Pitt is red by 9 thou. 565 on a 567 as Chuck Weir and Robert Smoots complete the burnouts. Chuck left side dials in at 629. Robert right side dials in at 537. goes to Weir, but the win light goes to Robert Smoots. 43 green and 537 dead 7 is good enough, as Chuck Weir was 38 green but 15 thou worth of finish line, leaving 4 thou under the dial in. Riley Howard and James Cook up next. Riley left side 561 the dial in, and James Cook dials in at 538. Win light James Cook, 007 green and 542 on a 538, gets there first by 27 thou. Riley Howard was 34 on the tree. 565 on a 561 to end that entry. Max McLaughlin, Randy Tanksley up next. Mad Max left side, 7 flat the number on the window of the Fox body. Randy Tanksley right side dials in 621. Win light Randy Tanksley, 004 green and 3 thou under, good enough, as Max was 21 up front, but 14 thou under. It's under by more. Randy moves on. Mike Badeau, Julie DeBon on the starting line. Julie right side dials in 640. Badeau left side dials in at 704. Slow Badeau moves on. 28 green, 706 on a 704. Julie was dead late on this end. Goes 640 dead 4. It is still 69 thou behind at the finish line. Billy Talbot and Chris Edson up now. Edson right side of the racetrack, the Corvette Roadster, dials in at 628. Billy left side dials 635 on the Camaro. Attention in the pits. Final call for Burrow Motorsports round number 4. Final call round 4. If you're not here, you should be. Final call round 4. Dragsters, door cars, singles, doubles. You have all been called, and this is your final call. Final call round 4 to the lanes. Win lap there goes to Billy Talbot. 636 and a 635. Is 002 up front and gets there first by 28 thou. Right side was 20 green and 630 on a 628. Tony Contrain and Brandon Justice. Tony left side dials in at 528. Brandon right side dials in at 490. Right says Justice 011 green and 4900 on a 490 dial in. Tony 006 green but 24 thou worth of finish line, leaves him 19 thou under. Next up, Bob Koski and Rodney Coslow. Bob left side dials in 502. Rodney right side dials in 446. the pair, 14 thou separate them, win like Koski, 002 green. 502 dead on 6. He is 8 total. Gets there first by 25 thou. Coslow 16 on this end and was already 8 thousandths of a second out of the conversation. 447 on a 446. A heck of an effort. Koski moves on. Bobby Gregory and Talon Farmer. Gregory left side of the racetrack. 474 his dial in, and Talon Farmer. Right side of the equation dials in at 469. Winlight Gregory 476 on a 474. 57 up front and got there first by 2/10,000ths of a second. Talon 476 on a 469, 009 grain, but got just a wee bit too greedy. Too greedy by about 3/10,000ths of a second if you want to be specific. Peeps Pennington and Casey Holtzman. Peeps left side dials 463. Casey right side dials 482. Attention in the pits, no box. We will take you to the lanes for Going Bracket Racing Round 5, please. No box. Lanes 1 and 2 for GBR round number 5. No box. The Going Bracket Racing Round, we will take you to lanes 1 and 2, please. Win light there goes to Casey Holtzman. 483 with a 1 on a 482 dial-in. It was 21 on this end. Peep Show was 31. Peeps gets there first by 1 thou to be 1 thou under. So Casey moves on. Bryce Self and Casey Swift. Up next, Swift. Right side dials in at 507. Self left side dials in 433. Winlight Bryce Self 005 dead on 0. 5 total gets there first by 22 thou. Casey Swift was 17 green and 508 on a 507. As Rick Huffman comes up on the left side of the racetrack, dials in at 470. Right side dials in 520. Once again, no box. You have been called to the lanes for Going Bracket Racing Round number 5. Texas Trailer Man, no box. You have been called to the lanes for round number 5. One light there goes to Rick Huffman, 025 green and dead on 7. To light up the fill scoreboard, right side 24 green and 519, 3 thou under the dial in, getting there first by 10 thou. Cody Moore and Stephen Lowry up next. Cody left side dials 455. Lowry right side dials 479. Stephen Lowry, 009 green, dead on 0. To be 9 total. Got there first by a 10th, but I don't think we're going to pay attention to that line on the time slip. Lowry, 009 green, dead 0 to advance. Cody Moore, 73 green and 39 thou above. Next pair, left side, dials in at 499. Right side, Nick Smith, dials in at 451. One light left side. 008 green, 499 dead, 1. Gets there first by 12 thou. Nick Smith was 20 green, 451 dead, 2. No chance. Kenneth Hillen and Ashlyn Risk up now. Ashlyn right side dials 475. Kenneth Hillen left side dials 488, and I need Bob Koski back to the lanes, please. Bob Koski, waiting on you, sir. Bob Koski, we need you to the lanes immediately. Red light start, Kenneth Hillen by zip 6. Ashlyn moving on. She's actually tripped zip 2 red. Advances either way. 476 on it. 475. So we'll take a look at that. McLean's car, it dropped red. Again, like we were saying all day long, we are not using stage lock this weekend. So make sure you have your car firmly in the stage beams. I know we all like to stage super shallow, but nevertheless, so we're waiting on a couple of cars left in our box category 4, round number 4. My no box cars should be in the lanes at this time for going bracket racing round number 5. So Bob Kowski and Maverick Mackey. On the starting line, Bob left side dials in at 502. Maverick right side dials in 578. Green light's a pair of big time advantage goes Koski's way. One light Bob Koski, 005 green, 504 and a 502. Maverick 058 on this end, 583 and a 578 on that end. And our final car in our box category. Jackie Jones on the right side of the racetrack scored the bye run, 481 his dial in, and we are missing one car. In Texas Trailer Man no box for going bracket racing round number 5, we're missing one car. For GBR round number 5, if that's you, well, get headed this direction then. Missing one car in no box for round number 5. This is your final call.
Going Bracket Racing YouTube channel is your place for news, interviews, tutorials, and commentary on the latest happenings in the bracket racing community. Get your fill and let your voice be heard on the Going Bracket Racing live stream every Tuesday at 5 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Central. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button so you never miss a Going Bracket Racing live stream. Find us on YouTube and Facebook at Going Bracket Racing. We will see you there.
I would expect nothing less.
Attention to the pits, we're missing one no box car. One no box car. We are waiting on you. One no box car. We are about to run without you. We are about to pull you around the corner. We're missing one no box car for Going Bracket Racing round number 5.
The Going Bracket Racing YouTube channel is your place for news, interviews, tutorials, and commentary on the latest happenings in the bracket racing community. Get your fill and let your voice be heard on the Going Bracket Racing live stream every Tuesday at 5 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Central. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button so you never miss a Going Bracket Racing live stream. Find us on YouTube and Facebook at Going Bracket Racing. We will see you there.
I would expect nothing less.
Alrighty. Here we go with Going Bracket Racing round number 5, no box. Kicking us off, Jake Howard in the fire turd down 660. And Brian Chapman in the good looking S10 down 610. Chapman with a small advantage. He's going to turn the electric on 14, one above 5. Jake, 26, take 9 to break it out 5 thou. Had to take 4 thou or less at the finish line. He's going to send Chapman to round number 6. Jeremy Casey, 636, the dial in, and Joe Boner, now at 569. Joe might be in a little bit of trouble here. Win line going to Jeremy Casey, 21, take 58 to be one above 3. Joe missed the tree a tad and rings it up dead on 3. Casey. On to round 6. Billy Talbot dialed 6:35 and Terry Allen dialed 5:36. Both drivers away in green, good light. Bring it up for Terry Allen, 22. 2 above 6. Billy was 38, take 19. Had to take 10 thou or less as he breaks it out. 9 thou. Got a little bit of a lull in the action here. In going bracket racing round number 5.
The Going Bracket Racing YouTube channel is your place for news, interviews, tutorials, and commentary on the latest happenings in the bracket racing community. Get your fill and let your voice be heard on the Going Bracket Racing live stream every Tuesday at 5 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Central. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button so you never miss a Going Bracket Racing live stream. Find us on YouTube and Facebook at Going Bracket Racing. We will see you there.
I would expect nothing less.
Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Going bracket racing, round number 5, door cars. Door cars, door cars. I need you in the stage lanes. Going bracket racing, round number 5, door cars. I need you in the staging lanes. Kendall Little turns it 3:10 thou red. Hand in the wind to John Moggins. Moggins 18 and clicks it off early. Once again, going bracket racing, round number 5, door cars. I need you in the stage lanes. Of course, if you're double, need you in the front. Going bracket racing, door cars. Round number 5, need you in the staging lanes. Doubles in the front. Once again, round number 5, going bracket racing round. Door cars, need you in the staging lanes. Door cars, door cars, door cars. Going bracket racing, round number 5, door cars. I need you in the staging lanes. Door cars, need you in the staging lanes for round number 5, presented by Going Bracket Racing. Door cars, round number 5, please, to the staging lanes. Getting ready to roll the remainder of our no box around the corner. It looks like it's going to be the bye run. Bryce Hatfield, 6:13 that island on the bye run. Hatfield on the bye run turns it 2,000 red. 6:09.4 on that 6:13 dial-in.
The Going Bracket Racing YouTube channel is your place for news, interviews, tutorials, and commentary on the latest happenings in the bracket racing community. Get your fill and let your voice be heard on the Going Bracket Racing live stream every Tuesday at 5 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Central. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button so you never miss a Going Bracket Racing live stream. Find us on YouTube and Facebook at Going Bracket Racing. We will see you there.
I would expect nothing less.
Attention to the pits. If you want to get into tonight's 64-car shootout, box and no box, or if you're an alternate on the list, go over to registration. You can probably get yourself in it. Once again, if you want in the 64-car box shootout for $20,000 to win, or the no box $5,000 to win 64-car shootout, head over to registration. They'll most likely find you a spot. As I always say, you can't win it if you're not in it. So go see the ladies at registration across from the pavilion and get in the 64-car shootout for $20,000 and $5,000 off the bottom. Once again, I need door cars. Going bracket racing round number 5 door cars. You should be in the lanes. Attention to the pits. I need David Bird Jones. Go see Jake. We need to be back in the lanes. David Bird Jones, we need you back to the lanes, please. Once again, David Bird Jones, we need you back in the lanes, please. Here we go with Going Bracket Racing, round number 5. Starting off with our door cars, first pair, Melvin Goss, out 498 in the high-risk machine. And Rob Taylor, down 537. Taylor, been on a tear. Ask me how I know. Laid me down 4 total, third round. And I was just in the way. Taylor continues to mow down the Christmas tree. Oh my goodness. Melvin Goss, 31, dead 3, is going to turn the electric on for him as Rob Taylor is 007. Take 30 at the stripe. Had to take 27th hour less to turn the electric on. And the wind light's shining for Mr. Goss down there. Mike Badeau, bad slow, down 704. James Cook, down 538. Once again, David Bird Jones, if you're not in the lanes, I need you to be. I can't see from where I am, but David Bird Jones needs you in the lanes if you're not there. 9,000 advantage to James. Wind light going to bad slow. 20, dead 4, take 24 at the stripe. Cook 11 up front, and car didn't run the number, it looks like. So that'll send bad slow to round number 6. Bubba Roy down 574, and Randy Tanksley down 620. Winlight Tanksley 11, take 2 to be dead 2. Bubba 21 up front and 4 thou under. So Tanksley is going to take it on to round number 6. We're working our way through Going Bracket Racing. Round number 5. At the tail end of our door cars. Waiting for a few pairs to come under the suites.
The Going Bracket Racing YouTube channel is your place for news, interviews, tutorials, and commentary on the latest happenings in the bracket racing community. Get your fill and let your voice be heard on the Going Bracket Racing live stream every Tuesday at 5 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Central. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button so you never miss a Going Bracket Racing live stream. Find us on YouTube and Facebook at Going Bracket Racing. We will see you there.
I would expect nothing less.
All righty, we got race cars under the suites, and in the water box, Billy Talbot down 6:34. And Robert Smoots down to 5:37. Smoot's car launches a little wonky, but he's going to turn the wind light on. 13, takes 7, be one above 4. Billy was 27 up front, dead 7. But Smoots was just too much in the other lane right there. Jeremy Heffler in the Pro 1 Bronco dialed 586. Chad Hankins dialed 536. Over on the right-hand lane of the racetrack. Rocky McLean, I need you in the stage lanes. This is your final call. Rocky McLean, need you in the stage lanes. Final call. Wind light going to Hankins, 008, and one above 7. Jeremy was 17, take 17. To break it out, 9 thou at the finish line. Once again, Rocky McLean, I need you in the stage lanes. Last and final call. Rocky McLean, I need you in the staging lanes.
The Going Bracket Racing YouTube channel is your place for news, interviews, tutorials, and commentary on the latest happenings in the bracket racing community. Get your fill and let your voice be heard on the Going Bracket Racing live stream every Tuesday at 5 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Central. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button so you never miss a Going Bracket Racing live stream. Find us on YouTube and Facebook at Going Bracket Racing. We will see you there.
I would expect nothing less.
Going bracket racing round number 5, dragsters, I need you in the staging lane. Dragsters, I need you in the stage lanes for going bracket racing round number 5. Dragsters, dragsters, dragsters. Of course, if you're doubled, try to get in the front, but dragsters. Round number 5, presented by Going Bracket Racing. I need you in the lanes, please. Here we go. Next pair, Rocky McLean, 469 dial in. Left side of the racetrack. And Bird. Bird going to be down 519. Rocky, 469. One thou separates them. Win light going to Rocky, 15, take 2 to be 1 above 5. Bird, 14, 1 above 8. No good. So we will continue on with Going Bracket Racing round number 5. Dragsters, if you're not in the lanes, you need to be there. Dragsters, for Going Bracket Racing round number 5. If you're not in the lanes, you need to be headed that way, please.
The Going Bracket Racing YouTube channel is your place for news, interviews, tutorials, and commentary on the latest happenings in the bracket racing community. Get your fill and let your voice be heard on the Going Bracket Racing live stream every Tuesday at 5 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Central. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button so you never miss a Going Bracket Racing live stream. Find us on YouTube and Facebook at Going Bracket Racing. We will see you there.
I would expect nothing less.
Here we go with dragsters. Going bracket racing round number 5. Bobby Gregory, 474 the dial on left side of the racetrack, and Brandon Justice stalled 489. Once again, dragsters, round number 5. Going bracket racing round 5. If you're not in the lanes, you're late. Justice has an advantage, win light. Going to Justice. 3, take 2 to be 1 above 7. Bobby Gregory, 14, dead 9. No good. Justice, on to round number 6. Continuing on with Bob Koski, 502. The dial in the orange dragster, Casey Holtzman. In the red, white, and black dragster, down 483. Oh my goodness. Koski is perfect. Take 5, no good. Holtzman 004 and 5/10 thou under wins the double breakout drag race. Once again, dragsters, I need you in the staging lanes for going bracket racing round number 5. Dragsters, I need you in the staging lanes.
Next pair, left side. 498 the dial in. Right side, Stephen Lowry, Crockett, Texas, 478. The number on his dial in board. Once again, dragsters, you have all been called for going bracket racing round 5. All dragsters remaining in competition in round number 5. You have been called to the lanes at this time. Stephen Lowry. Lowry kicks her 12 thou red, goes 477-2. On the 478 dial in, McFarland 498, dead 1. On the 498 was 015 up front. And thank you again, Trip West, as we are in the midst of going bracket racing round 5. Ashlyn Risk and Rick Huffman, your next contestants. As Huffman wastes no time at all finding the stage beam, right side of the racetrack. 470 the dial in on the accelerated graphics ride, and Ashlyn Risk. Left side of the equation dials in at 474. Winlight Rick Huffman, 24, green 475. He's 500 above the dial, gets there first by 12 thou. Ashlyn was 35 on this end, and 479 to 52 thou above. Gives her 12 thou change as we are in Traxxer's round number 5. And it would appear that we are currently awaiting the return of Rocky McLean and Bob Koski. Bob Koski and Rocky McLean, we need y'all back in the lanes at this time, y'all.
The Going Bracket Racing YouTube channel is your place for news, interviews, tutorials, and commentary on the latest happenings in the bracket racing community. Get your fill and let your voice be heard on the Going Bracket Racing live stream every Tuesday at 5 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Central. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button so you never miss a Going Bracket Racing live stream. Find us on YouTube and Facebook at Going Bracket Racing. We will see you there.
I would expect nothing less.
Man, oh man, what a turnout we have at beautiful Xtreme Raceway Park here at the Red Racing Engine 6-Shooter Showdown presented by Mr. Wendell's Motorsports, and we cannot thank y'all enough for choosing to spend your weekend here with us. We know you have a choice, especially in these times, is to where you're going to spend your money and your free time and everything else that goes around enjoying this great sport, and we cannot thank you enough for spending it here with us. Your next pair is on the starting line, Bryce Self and Jackie Jones. Jackie, right side of the racetrack, dials in at 481. Bryce Self, left side, dials in 432. At this time, I will take no box to the staging lanes, please. No box, no box. For Precision Race Fuel round number 6, no box. Round number 6. The Precision Race Fuel round for Texas Trailer Man, no box. I need you back now, please. Away we go. Green lights a pair. 8 foul. Separate them up front. Advantage. Jackie Jones. Win light. Bryce Self. 18 up front. Dead 6. Stays behind to light up the field scoreboard. Jackie was 0-10 on this end. Take 17 thou to be 3 thou under. And of course, our great sponsors for making all of this possible. While we're talking about them, our Casey Clean Second Chance Race, which will be happening here in a little while. As I read through my text messages here, we need the following people to get to registration. We have 1 spot left in it, so if you are one of the following people, we will get back to that in a moment. We are missing Bob Koski for Going Bracket Racing round number 5. Bob Koski, we are waiting on you, sir. We need you in the lanes right now. Bob Koski, we are waiting on you. So if you are car number 406Z or 2X05 or 438N or 400L or 79CA or 4261 or LX1 or 2X43. We need you to go by registration. First come, first serve. We got 1 spot left in the Casey Clean Second Chance Race, which will be taking place later on this evening. Of course, Texas Graphics Plus, Syntex Laser Engraving and Embroidery, Braceworks, Lone Star Sign and Design, Balls Out Racing, Pro One Safety, Competitive Suspension, Wild Willie Fuel Fragrance, May Race Carbs, Burrow Motorsports, Going Bracket Racing, Precision Race Fuel Sunoco, Pro Torque, Bon Infante, RLR Automotive and Diesel Service, Scotty's Racing Transmission, Josh Reynolds, The Paint Shack, Double O Show, Amsoil, D3 Transportation. And speaking of D3 Transportation, number 1, if you need anything hauled anywhere, I mean anywhere, Let's see if we can get Scooter to just freak out about something. Who needs something hauled to like Alaska? That would be funny. Paige says it's a little far.
But I could use a break.
Money talks though. Paige could use a road trip.
Yep.
Everything's hunky dory. Our D3 Transportation Racer Appreciation Dinner.
Driver wristband gives you and one other meal.
How long? Our D3 Transportation Racer Appreciation Dinner is almost ready. We'll get an exact number on that time here momentarily. But how to get it? That's very important. How you're going to get your Racer Appreciation Dinner, just show them your driver wristband. Driver wristband gets you +1 a complimentary dinner, courtesy of D3 Transportation. Chicken quarter legs, comes with a drink.
Yummy side.
Yummy sides.
And for those that are racing, we'll probably make another batch later.
For those of you that are still in competition, we're feeling pretty generous today, aren't we, Paige?
Yeah.
Yes, we are. We will probably make you another batch later on, but our D3 Transportation Racer Appreciation Dinner is ready. That is at the concession stand, and they have been cooking those chicken quarters all day on the pit, and every time I walk by there, woo. So get on over there. It is ready right now. Just show them your driver wristband. It gets you, yourself, and +1 other a complimentary dinner, courtesy of D3 Transportation. And if you need anything hauled, be sure and call Scooter Hamlin. He will take care of that for you. Jalen Whitmore is your buy car this round. 642-1 on the 642 dial-in was 20 up front. As we have one more pair yet to run in Going Bracket Racing round number 5. Precision Race Fuel round number 6, no box. You should be in the lanes at this time as well. Precision Race Fuels round number 6, no box. You should be in the lanes at this time. So, of course, all of our great sponsors. All of our great sponsors. It is Compressed Air Supercharging Saturday here at XRP. Huge thanks to the CAS fellas over there for coming on board the Rudd Racing Engine 6-shooter Showdown presented by Mr. Wendell's Motorsports. And, of course, all of us here at Hamlin Motorsports and Xtreme Raceway Park. Once again, the D3 Transportation Racer.
The Going Bracket Racing YouTube channel is your place for news, interviews, tutorials, and commentary on the latest happenings in the bracket racing community. Get your fill and let your voice be heard on the Going Bracket Racing live stream every Tuesday at 5 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Central. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button so you never miss a Going Bracket Racing live stream. Find us on YouTube and Facebook at Going Bracket Racing. We will see you there.
I would expect nothing less.
So our D3 Transportation Racer Appreciation Dinner is available and awaiting your arrival. Speaking of awaiting arrivals, our final pair in Going Bracket Racing Round 5 for our Best Deal Services box category is Rolling Through the Water. Rocky McLean and Bob Koski will put a bow on this round. The Rock 2, left side of the racetrack, dials in at 469. Bob Koski. On the right side of the equation, he will dial in at 501. So Rocky and Bob. Bob has already found the pre-stage beam. Rocky will inch forward to take his turn, as he just has. Dead even up front, 004's a pair, win light, Rocky McLean. 004, dead 3, 7 total, gets
The Going Bracket Racing YouTube channel is your place for news, interviews, tutorials, and commentary on the latest happenings in the bracket racing community. Get your fill and let your voice be heard on the Going Bracket Racing live stream every Tuesday at 5 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Central. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button so you never miss a Going Bracket Racing live stream. Find us on YouTube and Facebook at Going Bracket Racing. We will see you there.
I would expect nothing less.
Your first pair will be John Moggins and Bryce Hatfield. John left side. The Park City, Kansas-based Chevrolet Camaro, dialed in at 575. Bryce Hatfield. Jayton, Texas. The Chevy Dose, right side of the racetrack, dials in at 609. So Bryce will leave just a tad before John. As Bryce is in, John's in. Tree comes down, and here we go. 9 foul. Separate them up front. Advantage, John Moggins. Win light, John Moggins. John is dirty 30 up front and 577 on a 575. He's 22 thou above. Gets there first by 11 thou. Bryce was 39 on this end. 24 thou above. Not good enough. John moves on. Terry Allen and Brian Chapman up now. Chappie right side in the S-dime. Dials in at 610. Terry left side. The Conroe, Texas-based Firebird dials in at 536. Red light start. Brian Chapman, Terry Allen just got a gift. 83 green for Terry. 534 and a 536. And he is moving on to round number 7. Chapman 19 red and dead on the dial with a 6. So as our bye run, Jeremy Casey is on the right side of the racetrack, 635 the dial in. .006 red. And 635 dead 4. So that concludes round 6 of Texas Trailer Man No Box. Attention to the pits. I need Best Deal Services box door card. Happen. We definitely love doing it. And like I said, our D3 transportation racer appreciation dinner is ready. And awaiting your arrival, all you need is your blue or turquoise, if your name is Paige Hamlin, wristbands, and go over to the concession stand area. They will be over there waiting for you. Your wristband gets yourself +1 your racer appreciation dinner. Speaking of D3 Transportation, we also thank them for sponsoring our Motor Mania live feed and keeping it free to the viewer as it should be, along with Mr. Wendell's Motorsports and Rudd Racing Engines. All of y'all are the real MVPs of the live feed. As we still have a whole lot of racing to go left this evening, our Casey Clean second chance race will take place after a while, along with our compressed air supercharging 64 car no box shootout for $5,000 and our 64 car compressed air supercharging box shootout for $20,000. Once again, I need all of my door cars back to the lanes, please. All remaining door cars for Precision Race Fuels round number 6. We need you to the staging lanes. So our Casey Clean second chance race. I have my 8 competitors, and I will kindly ask y'all to start getting your vehicles ready. We will bring y'all up after the conclusion of this round to begin our second chance race. And before anyone asks, no, there is not a time run for the second chance race. Second chance race is obviously a free entry, and it's racing for $500. You will go directly into that. Before we get to that list of names, attention to the pits. I need Draxers to the lanes, please. Draxers for Precision Race Fuel round number 6. We need you in the lanes. Draxers, we need you in the staging lanes at this time. So the people I need to start getting ready, and we will call you up after this round, are Hope Talbot, Lucas Pearson, Jared Wilson, Morgan Wallace, Lewis Cleveland, John Powers, Corey Nelson, and car number 406X. We're kind of still working on that one. So car number 406X, as well as Corey Nelson, John Powers, Lewis Cleveland, Morgan Wallace, Jared Wilson, Lucas Pearson, and Hope Talbot. Start getting your vehicles ready. We will have you up for the Casey Clean second chance race following this round of box. Our first pair is on the racetrack for Precision Race Fuel round number 6 in our door car category. Melvin Goss, left side. Dials in at 498. Right side, Robert Smoots. Dials in at 537. And once again, I need my Draxers, please. Draxers. We need you to the staging lanes for round number 6. Your next pair, Mike Badeau and Chad Hankins. Badeau, left side of the racetrack, dials in at 7:03. Right side, Chad Hankins dials in at 5:36. One foul, separate him up front, win like says Mike Badeau. 14 green and dead on 5 is 19 total. Gets there first by 4 thou. Right side, Chad Hankins was 13 up front. 5:36.9 is dead 9 and 4 thou behind. Badeau moves on. Jalen Whitmore and Randy Tanksley up next. Whitmore left side, 6:43, the number on the window, and Randy Tanksley, right side of the equation, dials in at 6:19. Dead even on this end. Win light, Jalen Whitmore, 15 green, dead on 4, also 19 total. Gets there first by 7 thou. Tanksley, 15 green as well, 6:20 on a 6:19 is 12 thou off the dial-in mark. So Jalen comes back. My Draxers are starting to roll under the suites. If you are in a Draxer and you are not here, you are late. Draxers, you should be here. You should be here now. It's Rick Huffman and Casey Holtzman. Complete their burnouts. Huffman will line up on the Phil's side of the racetrack. Dials in at 470. Right side, Casey Holtzman. 481 is the dial-in on the bottom scoreboard of the Elder Chrysler Dodge side of the racetrack. Green lights a pair, advantage on this end. Goes to Holtzman, win light, Casey Holtzman. 13 green and 482 is 17 thou above the dial-in. Gets there first by 18 thou. Rick Huffman missed it. Goes dead 2 in the process, but it don't matter. As Casey Holtzman moves on. Next pair, left side. 497 the dial-in. And Bryce Self, right side of the racetrack. He will dial in at 432. Then like Bryce Self, 41 green, 431 and a 432 is good enough. Left side was 008 on the red side. 498 on a 497. So correction on earlier. Our Casey Clean second chance race. No. Bear with us up here. So, like we said a while ago, our Casey Clean second chance race will get started here in a little while. And while we have a moment, we will talk about our compressed air supercharging shootouts. The 64 car no box side racing for $5,000 and our 64 car box side racing for $20,000. Obviously, you will receive a time run for the shootout. So your 64 car box and no box compressed air supercharging shootouts will each receive a time run. Before we get into that just a wee bit later on this evening, at this time, I will take Pro Torque round number 7 no box cars to the staging lanes, please. Pro Torque round 7 no box. We need you back into the staging lanes at this time. Pro Torque round 7 no box. We need you to the lanes at this time. So our final pair of Precision Race Fuel round number 6 is on the starting line. Rocky McLean and Brandon Justice. Rocky left side, dials 466. Brandon right side, dials 490. And at this time, I will take my Casey Clean second chance race to the staging lanes, please. Casey Clean second chance race to the staging lanes. That would be Hope Talbot, Lucas Pearson, Jared Wilson, Morgan Wallace, Lewis Cleveland, John Powers, Corey Nelson, and car number 406X. I will take all y'all to the staging lanes for our second chance race. So Rocky McLean, Brandon Justice. Brandon's in, Rocky's in. Green light's a pair, slight advantage on this end goes Rocky's way. When light says Rocky McLean. 006 green, 467-2 on a 466 dial in. He gets there first by trip zip 7 at the finish line. Brandon Justice was 13 on the tree, goes dead on 6, but by 7/10,000ths of a second he falls short. And that concludes Precision Race Fuel Sunoco round number 6. Casey Clean, second chance race of the lanes, please. Casey Clean, second chance race. Hope Talbot, Lucas Pearson, Jared Wilson, Morgan Wallace, Lewis Cleveland, John Powers, Corey Nelson, and car number 406X. And like I said a while ago, our D3 Transportation Racer Appreciation Dinner is ready and awaiting your arrival. D3 Transportation Racer Appreciation Dinner is ready. Bring your turquoise is a hard word to say when you're talking fast. Your turquoise driver's wristbands. That gets you +1 in the door. D3 Transportation Racer Appreciation Dinner is ready at the concession area. We are waiting on car number 406X in the lanes. Car number 406X. We are waiting on you. Wayne Pratt, you are our first alternate for the Casey Clean second chance race, so kind of be on standby in case 406X does not make it up here. But car number 406X, we are waiting on you right now for our Casey Clean Enterprises second chance race. Run will come out first here in Pro Torque round number 7. In our no box category, Terry Allen, Conroe, Texas, 534, his dial in. As we kick off round number 7 of Texas Trailer Man No Box. Terry Allen, 533 is 3,000 to the dial in. 007 up front on his buy run. Jeremy Casey, John Moggins up now. 635 the dial in for Casey. 575 the dial in for Moggins. Separate him advantage. John Moggins win light, says John Moggins. 003 576 3 on a 575. He gets there first by 21 thou. Jeremy Casey 43 green 634 and a 635 4 thou under. So our Casey Clean second chance race kicks off kind of in between our round number 7 here. Morgan Wallace left side, Hope Talbot right side, off goes Morgan, here comes Hope. Wheels up for both of them, advantage up front Morgan, but the win light shines for Hope Talbot, 39 green dead 7. Gets there first by 8 thousandths of a second. Morgan was 16 on this end, but 39 thou above the dial in ends that campaign. Jared Wilson up next left side, 494 the dial in, right side dials in at 461. Attention to the pits. I need my remaining box competitors for Pro Torque round 7 to the lanes, please. Door cars and Draxers. I do believe you are on a ladder. Door cars and Draxers for Best Deal Services box round number 7. We need you in the lanes, please. Door cars and Draxers. We need you in the lanes at this time. One light there goes to J-Rod, 008 green, 496 on a 494. Right side, 35 green, get there first by 8 thou. To be 8 thou under. Next pair, left side, dials in 636. Right side, dials in at 713. Red, but the left lane's your winner. 639 on a 636. side, win light left side. 10 green, 504, dead 5 gets there first by 16th out right side, 20 green, and 482 on the 481. Well, ladies and gentlemen, our shootouts. We still got spots left if you want in. Missing 4 race cars in our box category. 4 race cars. We are waiting on y'all. All of our remaining box cars for Pro Torque. Round number 7. We need you in the lanes at this time, please. Second chance competitors, cool them and fuel them and bring them back to the lanes as soon as you can, please. Second chance competitors, as soon as you can, cool them and fuel them and bring them back around. So as we wait on our remaining box competitors to get back around for the Pro Torque round, the D3 Transportation Racer Appreciation Dinner is underway. Head on over to the concession area, show them your driver wristband. That gets you +1 your dinner, and it sure does sound delicious. So that's underway. Our compressed air supercharging box and no box shootouts have spots available. Go over to registration and get signed up right now, as we still have ample monies left to race for this evening here on Compressed Air Supercharging Saturday. our 2 remaining no box cars. If you, the drivers, if you could go ahead and get to the staging lanes, please. Do not worry about bringing your cars, but we need our 2 remaining no box drivers that are still in competition this evening to come on up to the staging lanes at this time. Our 2 remaining no box drivers. Please bring yourself to the lanes. Again, don't worry about bringing your cars, but we need the 2 remaining no box drivers that are in competition in the staging lanes at this time. So we only have a few spots left in our shootouts, and boy, would we love to fill those entirely and pay what's on the flyer. Only a few spots left in our compressed air supercharging box and no box shootout. So if you want in, get on over to registration right now and secure your spot. There's only a few spots left, and those will be first come, first serve. So if you want in the shootouts, only a few spots left. Head on over to registration, and I would recommend doing that very quickly. So Pro Torque round 7 box cars are on the starting line. Your first pair will be Bryce Self and Casey Holtzman. Bryce, left side of the racetrack, dials in at 432. Casey, right side. He dials in at precisely 1/2 of 1 second slower at 482. So he will get 1 bulb on our AccuTime Christmas tree of head start before Bryce turns her loose. Casey's in. Bryce is in. Red light start. Casey Holtzman by 1 foul. Win light Bryce Self 27 green and 432 dead on 1 to advance. Once again, I need my second chance racers back in the lanes, please. Casey Clean, second chance round 1 winners. We need you to the staging lanes at this time. Casey Clean, second chance racers, round 1 winners. We need you back to the staging lanes. Mike Badeau and Robert Smoots on track now. Badeau left side. Dials in at 702. Robert Smoots right side dials in at 536. To Mike Badeau, win light Mike Badeau, 006 green and 703. He's 18 thou above the dial and gets there first by 13 thou. Robert Smoots was 38 up front. But 535.9 on a 536. No chance to advance. Jalen Whitmore and Rocky McLean up on the starting line now. Jalen left side dials 641. Rocky right side dials 465. Win like Jalen Whitmore, trip, zip, perfect up front. 643.4 is 24 thou above the dial, and he got there first by 5 thousandths of a second. Rocky McLean was 006, 24 thou above, and never in the conversation. Jalen Whitmore moves on as that concludes Pro Torque round number 7. I need my Casey Clean round 1. Well, round 1 winners. I need my Casey Clean second chance race, round number 2 to the staging lanes, please. If you... So our no box final round pulls through the water as Terry Allen and John Moggins square off one more time off the bottom bulb. Interestingly, both of these drivers took advantage of our no box high roller option, which means whoever wins this round will advance into the next round of our box category. So a little bit more than just your average everything here. Texas Trailerman No Box final round is on the starting line for $5,000. Left side of the racetrack is Terry Allen. Right side, John Moggins. They stay green. Advantage up front goes to Terry Allen. Win light goes to John Moggins. 24 up front, 577 on a 575. He gets there first by 3 thousandths of a second. Terry Allen was better up front at 013, but 537 on a 533 leaves him 3 thou out of the conversation. So John Moggins wins the Texas Trailerman No Box $5,000 here on CAS Saturday. Great job on the runner-up Terry Allen. Definitely a fantastic performance today, but John Moggins, your winner. He will come back in our next round of our box category as he was on the... As we get into round number 2 of our second chance race, Jared Wilson, Hope Talbot. Jared, left side of the racetrack, 496 to dial in on the Roadster. Hope, right side, dials in at 596. Attention in the pits, I will take my remaining box cars to the staging lanes, please. Box for Boninfante, round number 8. I need you to the staging lanes at this time. Box cars, Boninfante, round number 8. Need you to the lanes. Win light here goes to Jared Wilson. 005 and 498.1 on a 496 gets him 41 thou worth of finish line. Hope Talbot was 043 on this end. 598 on a 596 is 25 thou above. She was behind from gate to gate. And Jared Wilson moves on in our KC Clean second chance race. Next pair, left side, the Dragster, 504 the dial in. Right side, Lewis Cleveland. He will dial in at 638. As we whittle our second chance race down to 2. Green light's a pair. 3 foul, separate them. Win light will go to the left side. 002 green, 512 on a 504. As Lewis Cleveland was 005 on this end, but then the vehicle didn't really go anywhere very quickly. 690 on a 638. It certainly sounded as if it may have left in high gear there, but who knows. Left side, your winner, and Jared Wilson will consist the final round in our KC Clean second chance race.
Thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, 118,
My remaining boxcars to the lanes for Boninfante round number 8, please. So once again, our compressed air supercharging shootouts, both no box and box, y'all are on standby, and there are still a few spots left in that. You're on standby for your time run, but if you're not yet in it, you do have time to get on over to registration. $20,000 to win off the top, $5,000 to runner up. Off the bottom, $5,000 to win, $1,000 to runner up, and so on and so forth. If you are not currently in the shootout and you want to get in, we do have just a few spots left, but you're going to want to get there very quickly. Just a few spots left in our shootouts, and these shootouts are on standby for your time run, which will take place here in just a little while. Shootouts are on standby, and if you're not yet in, get on over to registration and get yourself in. It's not too late to win a little more money this evening. Of course, our D3 Transportation Racer Appreciation Dinner is still underway and awaiting your arrival. D3 Transportation Racer Appreciation Dinner is underway in the concession area. Once again, our remaining boxcars, you have been called to the lanes. Remaining boxcars, you have been called to the staging lanes. Once again, we still have a few spots available in our compressed air supercharging $20,000 box shootout. And frankly, if you are not in it, and you have not yet been to registration, I do not know what in the heck you are thinking. $20,000 is up for grabs this evening, and there are still a few spots left. Get on over to registration right now and get on the list. Just a few spots left. So get on over to registration and get your name on there. We will be giving the shootout drivers a time run, and we will be doing that shortly. For those of you that are already on the shootout list, you are on standby. So kind of get your selves and your vehicles together and ready to go. We will be calling you up here shortly. If you are not yet on the list, though, head on over to registration and get that taken care of. You do not want to miss your chance. At 20 grand off the top and 5 grand off the bottom, it is going to be great. It's going to be wild. It's going to be fun. But only if you get in. So I do believe the line has died down a little bit for the D3 Transportation Racer Appreciation Dinner. And if you're like me, you hate lines more than just about anything else in the world. So if you drove by and said, well, I'm not staying in that, I'll go back. Now's the time you go back. D3 Transportation Racer Appreciation Dinner is underway. Currently no line, no wait. So get on over there right now. Second chance race, need you back. We have one car, we need one more. Second chance race, we need you back at this time, please. So once again, our D3 Transportation Racer Appreciation Dinner is underway. Your driver wristband gets you plus one other plate. And if there's anyone else that would like some of this delicious barbecue chicken, and I finally got a plate up here right now, and I was not lying to y'all, I promise. Anyone else that wants one that is not included in the driver wristband plus one, you can purchase one for $10. That can be done at the concession stand. It is $10 a plate for those of you that do not qualify. Or if you just want an extra. I might go get myself an extra before I go to the hotel, actually. $10 a plate. That is all done at the concession stand. And, of course, we still have a couple of spots left in our 64-car box shootout. It is filling, though. And you definitely want to get up here and get in that. Do not miss your opportunity to turn on a few win lights and cash a check for $20,000. No box shootout time trial. We will take you in lanes 1 and 2 at this time, please. Compressed air supercharging, no box shootout for your time trial. We will take you in lanes 1 and 2 at this time. For real, though, if you have not yet gone by and gotten your D3 Transportation Racer Appreciation Dinner, I don't know what the heck's wrong with you. You got barbecue, chicken, potato salad, beans, bread. I mean, what more could you want? And if you say, man, I don't have a driver wristband, well, need not fear, $10. That's the best deal on the property right now. So get on over there. And while you're there, you might as well just swing by registration and get on the box shootout list. We have called our no box shootout time run to the lanes. As race cars have ignited. And that should be our Boninfante. No, it's not. This is going to be our second chance race final, pulling under the suites. So our final round of our Casey Clean Enterprises second chance race on the starting line. Corey Nelson, left side of the racetrack, will dial in at 5:04. Jared Wilson will line up on the right and dial in at 4:95. So one of these two. Luck was not on their side earlier today, but it was on their side to get into this. Corey Nelson is in. J-Rod is in. Here we go. 10 foul advantage goes to Jared Wilson. And by 10 thousandths of a second at the finish line, Jared Wilson lights up the scoreboard. 008 green, 497.4 on a 495 dial, and he's 24th thou above. Corey Nelson was 18 up front, 506.4. He's also 24th thou above. The difference in reaction time was the difference at the finish line, and Jared Wilson parks the Roadster in the Casey Clean second chance winner circle. So our no box, or box, excuse me. Best Deal Services box on the starting line, your buy car. Mike Badeau 702 the dial in. So he will go down the track first here in Bonenfante, round number 8. Up front and 703-1 on the 702 dial in. So Jalen Whitmore and Bryce Self will be the other half. Of round number 8. Jalen on the left side, 640, the number on his dial-in board. And Bryce Self, right side of the racetrack in the dragster, dials in at 432. So Jalen Whitmore, Bryce Self, they are in. Off goes Whitmore. Here comes Self. 3 thou separating advantage. Whitmore wins like Jalen Whitmore. 33 green. 641 on a 640 dial in. 18 thou above. Bryce Self was 36 on this end, but 19 thou worth of finish line leaves him 4 thou under the dial in a breakout effort. So that would complete technically one of 2 box semis, as our no box winner on the high roller option will come back in round number 9 and combine, which would make it 3 cars next round. So our no box shootout time run is pulling under the suites. If you are not here for your no box shootout time run, you are late. No box shootout time run. Final call to the lanes. Attention in the pits, I will take my Best Deal Services box semifinal round part 2 to the staging lanes, please. Best Deal Services box semifinal round. I will take you to the lanes, which will be Badeau, Whitmore, and Moggins. I will take the 3 of you to the staging lanes at this time. Mike Badeau, Jalen Whitmore, and John Moggins, I will take y'all to the staging lanes, please, for your semifinal. I have Mr. Moggins in the lanes. I need Mr. Badeau and Whitmore to the lanes, please. Mike Badeau, Jalen Whitmore, we need you in the lanes, please. Mike Badeau and Jalen Whitmore, we need you in the staging lanes, please. There are 6 spots left in the compressed air supercharging 64 car box shootout. Do not miss your chance to cash a check for $20,000 this evening. 6 spots left. Get to registration immediately and get your spot now. 6 spots left in our CAS $20,000 box shootout. You're not going to want to miss it. So head on over to registration right now. At this time, I will take compressed air supercharging box shootout to the lanes, please, for your time run. I will take my box shootout time run to the staging lanes, please. And you might as well, if you're not in it, swing by registration on your way to the lanes and get on the list. Do not miss your opportunity to win some big money here tonight. $20,000 to win off the top. You don't want to miss it. We have called our box shootout time run to the lanes. There's still a couple spots left. So, our box main event semifinal, the sequel, is on the racetrack. Mike Badeau will get the bye run, and allow me to explain. All three competitors left in competition have all had a bye, which means they're all eligible again. Mike Badeau had the best reaction time in Boninfante round number 8. That gets him the bye run here in round number 9. And a free ride to Best Deal Services Box CAS Saturday $10,000 final round. Mike Badeau, pre-staged bulb is lit. And away he goes. 011 on the Christmas tree, 703 to dial in. He goes 7015 at the finish line. So your first half of our Saturday Best Deal Services box final round is set. So Jalen Whitmore and John Moggins will square off to figure out which one of them is going to go against Bad Slow Mike Badeau in our compressed air supercharging Saturday box main event final round. Jalen, who has been wheeling the beautiful Mopar through rounds all day long, and John Moggins, who came through the no box side courtesy of the high roller option on our flyer. So Jalen Whitmore on the left, 640, the number on his dial-in board. John Moggins on the right in the Camaro. He dials in at 576. The burnouts are complete. Jalen backs up across the starting line. And he'll fan the door a few times, go through his routine and roll forward. Inch towards the pre-stage beam. And we are ready. They're in. Green lights up, pair 10,000. Separate them. Jalen Whitmore grabs the advantage up front, but John Moggins is going to the final. 12 green, 576 dead on 1. Gets there first by 32 thou. Jalen Whitmore was 002 on the Christmas tree. And 644 on a 640. Leaves him 30. And if anyone has an open seat in their race car and they want to hedge their bets, a race car that is not currently in the compressed air supercharging 64 car shootout, Jacob McNeil would be really happy with you if you offered it up. And with $20,000 to win, I promise you, y'all can come to an agreement on how to split that up. Jacob McNeil needs a car. His decided it didn't want to play anymore today. He says it's not fixable this evening, but he would very much like to be in this shootout tonight, and we have called the time run for the shootout. So, if you would like to help out Jacob McNeil and offer up your race car with an open seat, he would be really happy about that. So, if you are willing, go see Jacob McNeil or come find us in front of the timing tower, and we will get you in touch with him.
So a big shout out to Motor Mania TV, presented by Red Racing Engines, Mr. Wendell's, and D3 Transportation this weekend. For you guys that don't know, you can't really catch it in the camera shot that's there now, but it's windy. And of course, all-purpose mark there in the tower, or in the scaffold, in 30-plus mile-an-hour winds now for going on probably 30 hours in 2 days. Our box shootout time trial getting underway, 008 for one of the farmer kids. And 471, 146. Also a huge shout out to the chat bleacher. Thank you for tuning in here, our second annual 6-shooter showdown, which is kind of like the first annual 6-shooter showdown, but last year Paige promoted an event, and this is kind of like the second one. Mike Crater and Mallory Bonnet Traeger pulling towards the starting line now. Crater 430 on the single carb self motorsports entry. That's scooting. Bryce is going low 430s. His suspended dragster, which is, for anybody that doesn't know, single carburetor usually limits you on power. That's pretty fast. Granted, they make carburetors the size of trash cans now, so that kind of helps. Also, Nate Dog Martin in the Mike Crater ride. What's up, Poo Poo Pasquale? I don't know why you aren't here. State Capitol must have had a gamblers race or something. That's the only reason I can think of for you not to come over here. Nate Dog grabbing a hold of the steering wheel a little bit. 436, 158 miles an hour. What's up, Craig Thiel? One of my favorite cars on property. The Chevette. And Bryson Parks on the far side of the racetrack. Just a normal, boring dragster. Never heard of Daryl Gwynn. Look up the story on Daryl Gwynn. That is an incredible story. Crawfish boil with friends. Well, that's better than the crawfish boil we had here last year. Not that the crawfish boil was bad. It was a hectic schedule as we have it again this year. Chevette needs to tighten up the reaction time just a little bit. And he left tomorrow instead of today. Bryson Parks, 13, 492, 139. And I normally don't announce time runs, but I don't get to slide in here too often whenever we're doing the race directing thing. 178 likes. That sounds about 1,000 less than it should be. Share this feed on your social media platforms. Text your friends. Call your mom. Left side a touch red, as in about as green as the Chevette was. 491, 139 right side. I can't see the front of it. I can only see the back of it, and it looked a lot like Chevette taillights. The world famous T1000 is actually a Chevette. I hate to break your guys' hearts, but Calvi Peru's a Pontiac guy through and through, so he calls it a T1000 and put a little Pontiac part on there and turned it into a T1000. Casey Swift now in the right side. Renee Reinfort making her appearance. She just got here. She said some people have to work. And I get that. Work stinks. Jeremy Heffler right side, the Pro 1 Racing and Safety Best Deal Services Bronco, better known as Jeff's brother. So final call box shootout time run. At this time, we will take our final round. $10,000 final round of the staging lanes at this time. Final round time. Jonathan Moggins and slow but knows. How about 2 000 side by side? Heffler perfect with an 8. And Renee Reinford says, I've been gone all weekend so far, and Trip Zip perfect. I like that. Michael Rudd right side from the Rudd Racing Engines camp. The track is out of power at Bradenton. They need to check the power out there anyway. Every time I drive at Bradenton, my wind light never comes on. It's got to be a short. Do a video on how to hit the like button. Okay, get out of full screen and then look right below where the smaller screen is. That's where the like button is. Bart Nelson, right-hand side. We'll take our final round of the staging lanes. Jonathan Morgan, slow but oh. Take you to the staging lanes at this time. Final round time here at Xtreme Raceway Park. Bart Nelson 4.701.145. Let's do a little check-in on the chat bleacher. See where you're viewing from on this Rudd Racing Engines Mr. Wendell's Motorsports D3 Transportation Motor Mania TV live feed. Big shout out to Mark and Joe making the haul from Warner Robins, Georgia, all the way to Texas. It was a long way. Okay, so they were in Maryland and they came here. So Maryland to Texas is probably like 4.5 million miles roughly. Mark probably drove that in a day and a half. Whenever you check in, let's see who you got for this final round. The slow, big old heavy door car or the bottom bulb? Pretty fast ride. Pretty sure he's still in high gear, bottom bulb. So if you're watching on a full screen mode, hit the escape button, escape for anybody else, and then it shows up right below it and you give it the thumbs up. If you give it the thumbs down, that's okay. You just got to hit the $sign below the chat and send $20. We get it. What's up, Squid? How's it going, my dog? Squid tuning in from back home in Kentucky. Why no stage lock and true start was a question that was on the Motor Mania page on Facebook. I have worked a whole lot of big dollar bracket races in the tower where I can see all of the data. And I will tell you, stage lock causes more problems than it helps. And true start because, well, It's not how this one goes. True start is a preference, and, well, it's just not in this preference. Anthony Rios and Brett Lancaster, the birthday boy, right-hand side in the Nova. How's it going, Lisa Scramick? That is John Loggins, yeah. Tell you what, when Moggins is on a roll, he's nasty. Fun fact, Moggins hitting it well. 13 total. You know, for those that have or haven't driven a race car, 7 seconds staging a race car feels like about 3.5 years sitting in it when you're trying to bump in the stage beams. So we have a racer in need at the end of the racetrack, just off the turnoff. If you have a jump box, we have a racer needing jump started at the end of the racetrack, just on the turnoff. Attention to the pits. We have a parts call, and actually Rick Huffman not Rick Huffman, but Rick Huffman is passing on the parts call. We need a spark plug thread chaser. Rob Taylor is in need. That's wheels up start from Chuck Weir's wagon. That is a Coyote powered. I don't even want to say what kind of wagon I think it is, but a Coyote powered ride, 630, 109. Is this a Chevy 2 wagon? Sure looks like one. Chuck, a Ford guy through and through.
What was your reply? So like Jake said, Rob Taylor is in need of a spark plug thread chaser. Rob Taylor is in need of a spark plug thread chaser, and I'm not sure if it's been rectified yet, but we have a racer in need of a jump box at the end of the track, so could help them out too. Jake Hodge for stepping in here for a second. I'm thinking Jake, but I think low-key Jake could not wait to hop on the Motor Maniac feed up here. And it's understandable why. Huffman, please go see Jake Hodge at the front of staging. Rick Huffman, please go see Jake Hodge at the front of staging. There are 4 spots left in our 64-car, $20,000 box shootout. There is still a line of you in the lanes to make your time run. There is ample time for you to do the same. You can buy your entry in the staging lanes. Come on up, bring your car, get in line for your time run, and you can procure one of these 4 remaining entries in the lanes. Once again, 4 spots left in our $20,000 compressed air supercharging box shootout. You can buy that in the staging lane. So come on around. We are running the time trial right now. We still have plenty of you left to go down the racetrack. So if you're not yet in, do not miss your opportunity. $20,000 up for grabs. And you can buy your spot in the staging lanes. Bob Taylor, go see Jake Hodge. He has a spark plug chaser. Bob Taylor, go see Jake Hodge. He has a spark plug chaser. He's at the front of staging lanes. So we will pause our shootout time runs here momentarily and run our $10,000 compressed air supercharging Saturday best deal services box final round. John Moggins versus Mike Badeau. Badeau, the 7-second door car that has absolutely annihilated competition all day long. He dials in 702 here on the left side of the racetrack. John Moggins, who came into this by way of the high roller option on the final, and now he finds himself racing for $10,000. He dials in at 574 on the right. They're in. Green lights up, pair advantage goes to Moggins. Win light, John Moggins. 004 green and 575.9 is 19 thou above the dial in. Gets there first by 10 thou. Mike Badeau was 21 on the Christmas tree. 703 on a 702 for the runner-up appearance. And Mike, I'm not sure if you're just formerly known as Bad Slow anymore after today. An outstanding way to end our Best Deal Services box category here on CAS Saturday. John Moggins off the bottom bulb in an all-door car final. Tell me we're not living in the good old days right now. We continue on with our box shootout time run, and that being said, I will take my no box shootout first round of eliminations in the staging lanes at this time. Compressed air supercharging 64 car no box shootout. We need you in the staging lanes right now for round number 1, no box 64 car shootout. We need you in the staging lanes for round number 1. Attention to the pits. Final call. No box shootout. We are suiting you up right now. Final call. No box shootout. You should be in the lanes for round number 1. Final call. Compressed air supercharging. No box shootout. You should be in the lanes at this time.